So this is heat 101?
Let's try and get you, I think it's in the first heat today.
In just a few moments, we'll be starting. Again, followed by the Superstock and also Rally Challenge Masters here at Derby Downs.
So, you're going to type in the heat number up here. This will show you who's in what lane. Okay? So, Aubrey Gresco, car 307, lane 1. Once they come down, this will show you their times.
Okay.
Down here, this is the information about the 3 racers and ramps. What you're going to need to be doing is right now is typing in the heat number, hit enter, should pull the stuff up.
And we know that heat number from here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Once that heat number shows up there, then you're good for a heat number.
So I'll start and then you can, once you work the computer over there.
Yeah.
Is this how we're going to run Saturday too? No. We're going hard. Hi, are you there for Saturday? Yeah. I'm Jason. Nice to meet you again. Good to see you. I knew your walk around. That's all good. We've got a yes. We have a different program that's up. It's going to be.
I'd like to
We're
get,
going to use this about the car.
we got a second copy.
Yes.
Is that
I think
all
we
do?
do.
Do we not?
But then they're going to have a separate one. So just the heat information comes out. It pops up on the top. And then you'll still be using this for a hold up.
No.
So we'll have somebody up here assisting you.
We'd like to thank today the City of Akron. Again, for more than 80 years, the City of Akron has been host to the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Again, a big thank you to Mayor Dan Horgan for his support. Also, Summit County and also County Executive Eileen Shapiro.
Don't say just all American, say FirstEnergy.
Yeah, gotcha.
Through the sponsorship here.
Maybe we can get Eileen Shapiro up here for a couple of minutes. Later in the week, because they are a big sponsor. I interviewed her not but 2-3 weeks ago. Nice lady, very nice.
Okay, so you're working, you're gonna punch in the heat number, which is
Right.
701.
All right, I'll look at that.
We already got 701 lined up.
It's good to be back at Derby Downs for racing again this year. Here at the 83rd FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. We should be starting here in just a few moments.
I will be right back.
Yeah, they're up there pre-staging right now.
Probably be a couple heats before I have the times on display for you. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure, but we haven't tested that piece yet this morning. Should be working. That might be lagging a little bit. So we might have you come up, look over your shoulder or something. I'm not sure. And that's it. We might take advantage of the fact we have 2 of you for right now. So one of you might be announcing here's who's in the heat, and then the other one we're going to come train you on that.
Okay.
Okay. So why don't you come look over your shoulder over here? Okay. So we might be doing a little 2 teaming like that for right now, where you might be reading who's in the heats, if that works. Okay. We'll see how. Might take a couple heats before that show.
Lots of action this week here at Derby Downs. Tomorrow, We have the AAA Local Challenge, both stock, super stock, and masters. And at 2 p.m. we'll have the All-Star Race stock, super stock, and also masters. Overcast skies here at Derby Downs today. We have a brand new coating of asphalt on the track. We're expecting some very quick times today. In just a few moments, we'll start with our Rally Challenge stock division, and we'll be starting with heat 701.
That numbering system, it's not right. I don't think.
Oh, that's how it's done? I just call it cicada. They don't never correct. I think yeah, that's a lot.
I'll let somebody else do that.
You wanna know how many steps I had in yesterday? 16,000. Really? And I only have my phone in my pocket half the day.
We would like to thank GPD Group with its team of over 500 people, from architects to designers to engineers to planners and everything in between. Located here in Akron, GPD Group offers a wide range of services and a full service team to streamline projects. Again, thank you to GPD Group.
So that's not the first heat. They're gonna clear that out when I get it. 951 is the first heat. 951, all right. Hang on a second. Come over here, and we will test out what Chris has set up for us. There we go. Rally stock, Region 5, Region 5. Somebody from Parma.
Pronounce that last name for me. Zach again?
Tell them how to say Justin's last name.
Hey,
Segega.
Cool.
Like, you gotta.
I'm like, no, true Eskimo. Somebody's like, we just thought you were calling them Eskimos. I'm like, no, they're Eskimos.
That worked really good. I just keyed in 951, brought it all up. And once you get everything running, we'll get the time here.
We have a correction. We'll be starting with heat 951. 951 in our Rally Stock Challenge today. 951.
Heat 951 will be Logan Smith, Shelton Taylor, and Justin Sagagak. Coming up in just a little bit, we'll begin.
I'm afraid I'm gonna fall.
Once again, welcome to Derby Downs for the third running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. We'll be starting off with the rally stock here in just a few moments. We are still doing some testing up here, but we should be going here in just a few moments. Heat 951 of the Rally Stock Challenge. At Derby Downs, the home of the 83rd FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Heat 961A. Rally Stock Challenge. Again, we'd like to thank one of our sponsors, Accenture. Accenture is a consulting and professional service company that provides services in strategy, consulting, digital technology, and operations. Thank you, Accenture, for being one of our sponsors.
This is so much better now. I can see what I'm doing.
Lane number one, again, Tucker Alford from Bowling Green, Kentucky. Lane number two, it's Thomas Kilby from Plymouth, Minnesota. Lane number three, Lane Schlafke from Glasgow, Kentucky. It's nice to have the camera for the starting line. The handlers are away. And there goes the paddles. 961A.
First time down. Yes. Get the results? Here we go. You might not get a result. Let me holler. I can go in, click, and get you the result. I'm going to bring my...
Again, we have very, very close racing here between 1 and 3. (953C). Who's moving on here? In lane number 1, it's Samantha Wooten. Wooten, lane number 1.
No times.
Lane number 2, it's Alicia Swinderman. Swinderman, lane number 2. I'm Alexa Guerin. Guerin, lane number 3.
Results.
The results for heat number 961. Tucker Alford logging in at 29.831. He was in lane 1. Lane 2 had Thomas Kilby, 29.932. And lane 3 was Lane Schlafke at 29.891. A very close race. 29.819 goes to Lane.
953C. Who will move on today? Again, looking like a lane number 1 win.
Is this 9543B, C?
954C. Was a lane.
Go ahead.
Lane number 1, Alicia Case. Lane number 2, it's Peyton Pollock. And lane number 3, it's Mason Webb.
Results from heat 593. Alicia Swinderman, differential 0.72. Samantha Wooten, 0.37. And Alexa Green moves on with the 700 car.
Alicia Case is currently leading here. We'll see if she can hold on to the lead to move on. Heat 954C. Rally Stock Challenge.
Mike, what heat is this?
Looking like a lane number 3 win. We'll get you the results here in just a moment. (962A) is getting all ready to race. Lane number 1 is Caitlin Pollock. Pollock, lane number 1. Lane number 2, Kevin Head. Head, lane number 2. And Amalia Acker, lane number 3. Pollock Head Acker. Was 962A. Rally Stock Challenge.
Results for Heat 594 shows Mason Webb moving on, as well as Peyton Pollock, Alyssa Case, well, wait a minute. It's Mason Webb has got a differential of .08. It's Peyton Pollock with a differential of 2.81, and Alyssa Case moves on.
Looking like a lane number 1 win. We will have the results for you in just a moment. Heat 963, first meeting between these 3 racers. Lane number 1 is Gerald Hudson from Clearfield, Pennsylvania. Lane number 2, Amelia Frampton. Lane number 2 from Charleston, West Virginia. Lane number 3 is Drew Brand. From Omaha, Nebraska. Lane number 3. 963A. Rally Challenge Stock Division.
So I had submit query. So this is the very first one that has no time.
Soon we'll be starting our Super Stock and also our Rally Challenge Masters. And later this afternoon, our Legacy Division. And we're off and running, Heat 963.
That one. Nowhere else. Nothing else. After they go through the trap. Okay, got ya.
959B for these 3 racers. Lane number 1 is Maxwell Jacobs. Lane number 1. Lane number 2, it's Caden Comstock. Lane number 2. And Logan Webb, lane number 3. 959B.
Results for heat number 963A. Gerald Hudson comes in at 29.791. Amelia Frampton, 29.99. And Drew Brand, 29.850. Congratulations, Amelia. Gerald with the lowest time.
959B coming down the track. Lane number 1, Jacobs. Lane number 2, Comstock. Lane number 3, Webb.
I will from now on.
What's next? 955. Is it C?
955C in our Rally Stock Challenge. Benji Edge, lane number 1. Lane number 2, it's Sadie Myers. Lane number 3, it's Eden Poff. The last meeting between these 3 drivers. Who's moving on?
Results from heat number 959. Caden Comstock, 29.997 from lane 3. Logan Webb, 29.803, lane 1. Maxwell Jacobs, 29.979. Logan Webb wins this phase on lane 1.
955C. We welcome to the bridge today the voice of the All-American Soapbox Derby on Saturday, Jason Sokol, who's learning the system along with us.
We're going to be technologically inclined by Saturday. We got it.
We will make this work by Saturday. We're doing a pretty good job. 955C. Who's moving? Nine 6-1B loading up here. Lane Schlafke. Schlafke, lane number 1, car 734.
Results for heat 958. Quinn Driggers.
Hang on. Matter for this phase because he was already losing to begin with, but it's still. That's when there's some issues with.
Stand by.
961B loading up here, Lane Schlafke. Lane number 1, lane number 2, it's Tucker Alford. Alford, lane number 2, and Thomas Kilby. Kilby, lane number 3. 961B in our Rally Stock Challenge.
They need to make an announcement that that gentleman needs to be on the other side of the fence. The one who's walking, who just walked across the track, and now he's on that side. Yeah, the one on the right side. Yeah, he needs to be on the other side.
I,
You want me to do it?
no, wait. Which one?
There's a guy on this side of the fence.
Okay.
Just announce, to the gentleman on the track side of the fence, please get on the other side.
To the gentleman who's on the right side of the track here, your left, if you could please move over to the other side of the track. We need you to move over to the other side of the track.
Are we good for 958? Or are they still deliberating?
I think they're still figuring out.
We have a whole,
We have a hold right now.
We would like to thank the Akron Summit Convention and Visitors Bureau, who are welcoming you to Akron, Ohio on behalf of the Visitors Bureau. Not only will you have a great time here, they also showcase all of Akron and Summit County. Again, thank you to our sponsor, Akron Summit Convention and Visitors Bureau for helping us this week with the 83rd running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby.
Results for Heat 958A coming up momentarily. Please stand by.
We would also like to thank AUI, who helps small businesses and individuals in Ohio find the right insurance and benefit plans, manage plan enrollment, and reduce compliance risks.
We have 3 people, or one person can do 2. Yeah, preferably if you can get it in as soon as they get out there. The paddles are dropped, so try to do all 3 at the same time, guys. How was that?
Thank you to TaylorMade Jewelry, who is the official jewelers and ring providers of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Thank you, TaylorMade Jewelry, for providing the championship rings for the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby.
Hold on. We're good. Let's go one more time. Again, good. All right, one more time. All right, what are we doing? So, hey guys. You do that, Mike.
958C, we are going to rerun that because the timers were not reset. This happens all the time in rally, so we will rerun that race.
Okay, guys. Mark, make it real good. I was within like 50,000.
Farmersway Equipment is a part of the Akron community since 1959. One of Ohio's leading equipment dealers for forklifts, truck equipment, and municipal equipment. The Derby would like to thank Farmersway for their support of the United Way Corporate Derby Challenge.
Is this 961B?
It should be.
We are reloading 961B. Lane number 1, Lane Schlafke. Lane number 2 is Tuckus Alford. And lane number 3 is Thomas Kilby. 961B.
I'm not going to change the 961B yet because we don't have.
So the 958, they're going to rerun. It'll take a few minutes to get the cars up and all that, so that'll come back.
Remember to go by our vendors today.
Yeah. So I go to 961B Missouri, coming down there.
We have all kinds of yummy pizza, and also I see over there lemonade, so go on over there. Support our vendors here at Derby Downs.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to get you on the bigger screen. Yeah, put you on that. Bigger screen too? Me on the little small one.
961B. Schlafke, lane number 1, lane number 2, Alford, lane number 3, Kilby. Oh my, very close racing, coming to the halfway point. Looking like a lane number 1 win for Lane Schlafke.
Got the results for Heat 961. Tucker Alford with a differential of .012. Thomas Kilby, .113. And Lane Schlafke, looking good.
962B. Lane number 1 is Amelia Acker. Lane number 2 is Kaylee Pollock. And lane number 3 is Kevin Head. 962B.
Does anybody know if 958? 958 should have gone straight to the ramp.
Probably. Yeah, if we want to rerun that.
So we're gonna rerun 958.
Acker, lane number 1. Pollock, lane number 2. And Kevin Head, lane number 3.
Dave, what is one of these segments called? That's not a phase.
Rally Stock Challenge today.
When's this phase?
Tomorrow on Thursday, we also have the AAA Local Challenge, both Stock, Super Stock Masters, and then at 2 p.m. the All-Star Race.
So now I know, so I won't come off like, oh, yeah.
Check your program for all the activities this week here at Derby Downs.
And we have 967 coming up next.
962B. All loaded up? And they are off. Lane number 1 again, Amelia Acker. Lane number 2, Kaylee Pollock. Lane number 3, Kevin Head. As we cross the halfway point, it looks like 1, 2, 3. And that's what it looks like it's going to cross the finish line here. We will have the results here in just a moment.
963.
Heat 963B, lane number 1, we have Drew Brand. Brand, lane number 1. Lane number 2, Gerald Hudson. Hudson, lane number 2. And Amelia Frampton. Frampton, lane number 3. Heat 963.
Results for Heat 962. Kaylee Pollock, differential .04. Kevin Head, 1.363. And Amelia Acker wins this phase. Congratulations, Amelia.
Brand, Hudson, and Frampton. Heat 963B. Current leader is Gerald Hudson. Jason Sokol, I think it was a right car that won.
Results for Heat 962, the second phase. Again, Kaylee Pollock, .04. Kevin Head, 1.363. And leading Amelia Acker. (959C) for these three drivers.
He's moving on. Lane number 1, we have Logan Webb. Lane number 2, Maxwell Jacobs. And lane number 3, that's Caden Comstock.
So I'm gonna move that around so that's at the top now for you. Okay? Cool. Now, next thing I'm gonna go work on only showing you the top.
Heat 963, Gerald Hudson, differential .04. Amelia Frampton, .224. And Drew Brand now leading.
Looking like a 1-3-2 win. We will move on. (960C) in our Rally Challenge stock division today. Lane number 1, car 715, we have Paxton Brake. Lane number 1. Lane number 2, Cash Chappelle, lane number 2, and Hunter Case, lane number 3, 960C.
8C will be next after 960C.
Heat 959, results.
961, so she
Caden Comstock, differential .197. Max Jacobs, differential .903. And congratulations to Logan Webb.
We have some very close racing in 960. Differentials of 0.91 and .143. It's really anyone's race. Paxton Brake is currently leading. Heat 958. C, we're rerunning this.
Back up the top. Now I'm gonna get it where it only shows you the most.
Lane number 1, we have Douglas McClarney. Lane number 1, lane number 2, Diego Reyes, and lane number 3, Quinn Driggers. Heat 958C.
Wrap up for Heat 960. Cash Campbell, differential .231. Hunter Case, differential .124. And congratulations to Paxton Brake.
958C. Again, we welcome you to Derby Downs. The home of the 83rd FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby.
961 get lost.
they're starting super stocks.
Okay.
So they'll push back in.
McLarney, Reyes, and Driggers. And they're off.
See if it worked. Well, no. Don't take me yet. See if it worked. I don't know if he's dumping the labels in my folder on the server yet. If he is, that worked. That's all right.
3, 2, 1 as they cross the finish line.
901.
It's time to start the Rally Superstock. Heat 901. Lane number 1, we have William Bevins. Lane number 1. Nathan Tiffany. Lane number 2. And Addison Walker, lane number 3.
Harry, it's 901A.
901A in our Rally Superstock.
Here it is right now, it came up. Okay. Okay, this is.
Bevins, Tiffany, and Walker.
Results from the rerun of Heat 958. Gwen Diggers, .037 differential. Douglas McLarney, .489. And congratulations to Diego Juarez, the 718 car.
901 coming down the track now in our Rally Superstock division.
Shows nobody in there, and they're getting ready to run it. So this, it seems to be working good now, Chris. Okay. It's playing nice. There they are.
By a nose, it looks like lane number 3, but again, we'll get those official results here in just a moment.
Here we go.
961C between these 3 drivers. Who is moving on? Lane number 1, we have Thomas Kilby, lane number 1. Lane number 2, Lane Schlafke, lane number 2. And Tucker Alford, lane number 3. Lane Schlafke is currently leading, and again, the differential is .211 and .248.
Results from heat number 901. William Blevins, differential .092. Nathan Tiffany, differential .108. And Addison Loker wins this phase.
.961C in our Rally Stock division. And they're off. Kilby lane number 1, Schlafke lane number 2, and Alford lane number 3. Under the birds, looking like a lane number 1 win. And we're back to Super Stock action, Heat 902A. Lane number 1, we have Justine Booker-Gary, lane number 1. Selena Murta, lane number 2. And we have Aaron Donovan, lane number 3. Super Stock action, Rally Super Stock.
Results from heat 961. Thomas Kilby with a differential of .004. Tucker Alford, .239. And congratulations to Lane Schlafke.
You guys are handling it well. It sounds good.
If I only show the most recent result, or you want to see the most recent?
Heat 902A. And we're off. Just 903B.
90
Lane number 1, we have Selena Nichols. Nichols, lane number 1. Lane number 2, Joshua Ostrander. Ostrander, lane number 2. And Peyton Brake, lane number 3. 903B.
902B will be a rerun race. 902B will be a rerun. We're working on 903 at this point.
Thank you, Lou Roberts, for giving up your day and coming here to help. We appreciate that.
All right. Okay. I know the display for that isn't optimal, but I don't think I want to try and change it right now.
Okay, no, that's quite all right.
Nichols, Ostrander, and Brake. 903B. Rally Super Stock. Our rally race today here at Derby Downs. Turn your mic on. Loading in the ramps right now, heat 905 in our Rally Superstock division. Lane number 1 from Whitman, Ohio, it's Meredith Brown. Brown, lane number 1. Lane number 2 from Bristol, Connecticut, it's Meadow Wells. Wells, lane number 2.
Results for heat 903. In lane 3, it was Peyton Brake with a differential of .218. In lane 1, it was Selena Nichols, differential .078. And in this phase, Joshua Ostrander took it. He was in lane number 2.
Lane number 3, we have Lisa Wilder from Whitman, Ohio. Wilder, lane number 3. (905A) Rally Superstock Division. And we thank everyone for joining us today for racing. It's good to be back on the bridge after a year absence. The racers are set. And the pass. 905A. Lane number 1, Brown. Lane number 2, Wells. Lane number 3, Wilder. Looking like a lane number 1 win for Brown. .906A is a rerun. Oh, I'm sorry.
Here are the results from the first phase of heat 905. Lisa Weller in lane 1, differential .113. Meadow Wells, competing in lane number 3, .084. And Meredith Brown, who ran in lane number 2, lane number 1, I stand corrected, took this phase.
9:02, we have a rerun here. Lane number 1 is Aaron Donovan. Lane number 2 is Justine Booker Gary. And lane number 3, Selena Murty. 9:02B, a rerun.
Okay, so this is phase 2 of heat 902. 902B.
Come into the flat area here. Looking like a lane number 1 win for Aaron Donovan.
Results for the rerun of 902B. In lane 2, Justin Booker Gary at a differential of .327. Selena Murky in lane 3, differential 0.92. And Aaron Donovan took this phase, and congratulations.
9:06A. Lane number 1 is Dawson Gordon. Gordon, lane number 1. Chloe Lawton, lane number 2. And McKenna Shanklin, lane number 3. Rally Superstock Division. .906A. Oh, it's really close between lanes 1 and 3. Loading up in our ramps right now in the starting gate. Heat 907, Rally Superstock Division. We have lane number 1, Sarah Kosar, lane number 1. Lane number 2, John Barr, lane number 2. And lane number 3, Caden Clements, lane number 3.
Results for heat 906A. Chloe Lawton in 624 car, differential .147. Dawson Gordon in the 622 car, competed in lane 1, .019. And we have McKenna Shanklin. She's our current leader. She was in lane number 3.
907A coming down our track. Kosar, lane number 1, Barr, lane number 2, Clements, lane number 3. As they come underneath the bridge, 132. .904 in our Rally Superstock division. This is 904B. Lane number 1, Laura Smutney, lane number 1. Lane number 2 is Aiden Driggers, lane number 2. And Gracie Holinsky, lane number 3. 904B.
Coming down the track now, heat 9-12. Probust lane 1, lane 2 Terry, and lane 3 Rains. One, three, two. It looks like here. Lou will give you results here in just a second. 906. Okay, this is third.
Here's the information of the first phase of heat number 9-12. In lane number 2, Miranda Terry with a differential of .093. Audrey Rains competed in lane number 3 in the 628 car, had a differential of .053, and our current leader is Ella Probst in the 619 car. She competed in lane number 1, and she is from Akron, Ohio, and from Green High School.
Heat 906C. Lane number 1, we have Chloe Lawton. Lawton, lane number 1. Lane number 2, McKenna Shanklin. Shanklin, lane number 2. And Dawson Gordon, lane number 3. Our current leader is McKenna Shanklin. Can she hold on to move on to the next heats? And it's looking like a win for lane number 1 for Chloe Lawton, but again, is it enough?
The final results for heat number 906. Dawson Gordon in the 622 car was in lane number 3, had a differential of .192. And Chloe Lawton competed in lane number 1, .118 for Chloe's differential. And advancing is McKenna Shanklin. And she'll compete in heat number 916. And she'll be competing in lane number 1. Congratulations, McKenna.
Coming down the track, heat 907. Lane number 1, John Barr. Lane number 2, Caden Clements. And lane number 3, Sarah Kosar. Nine 13A and a rally superstock as we continue. Lane number 1 in car 621. It's Chase Schlafly. Chase Schlafke in lane number 1. Lane number 2, Cash Driggers, and lane number 3, Gerald Young. Young in lane number 3.
Results from heat 907. Competing in lane number 2 was Caden Clements. Caden had a differential of .254. John Barr was the car in lane number 1. That was 636. He had a differential of .545. And advancing on is Sarah Kolasar. Sarah's going to be competing in heat number 916 in the 3rd lane.
Coming into the flat of the track. Looking like a lane number 1 win for Chase Schlafke.
Information for heat number 913, the very first phase. We had Chase Schlafke in lane number 1, had a differential of .626. Crash Diggers, lane number 2, had a differential of .158. Gerald Young, lane number 3, differential of .157. However, it is Chase that won this phase. So
and Blake Nettles. Nettles, lane number 3. Riley is currently leading. The differentials are .272 and also .03. Really good, tight racing here at Derby Downs today. Lining up at our starting gate, we have heat 910B. Lane number 1, we have Kylie Jordan. Jordan, lane number 1. Lane number 2, we have Brooke Nichols. Nichols, lane number 2. And lane number 3, Levi West. West in lane number 3.
the final results for heat number 908. We had Haley Joe McDaniel competing in lane number 2 in the 620 car, had a differential of .105. And Blake Nettles competed in lane number 3 in the 606 car, differential of .26. And congratulations going out to Riley Gresko. That 601 car has got her advancing to the next round in heat number 917, and Riley will be competing in lane number 3.
It's really close racing here as we go underneath the bridge here.
Give it a second.
Heat 911. This is the second phase for these 3 drivers. Lane number 1 is Xander Snelson. Snelson, lane number 1. Lane number 2, we have Dakota Thomas. Thomas, lane number 2, and lane number 3, we have Parker Stewart. Stewart, lane number 3.
Results for heat number 910B. Kaylee Jordan competed in lane number 1 with the 633 car, differential .211. Brooke Nichols competed in lane number 2 in the 611 car with a differential of .031. And Levi West is our current leader. His 627 car was in lane number 3.
It's looking like nose-to-nose racing. For heat 911B. .909C.
Last three meetings, last meeting between these three drivers. Lane number 1 is Carly Murphy. Murphy, lane number 1. Lane number 2 is Jillian Moore. Moore, lane number 2. And Owen Schilling. Schilling, lane number 3.
The information for heat number 911, Xander Snelson competing in lane number 1 with a differential of .156. In the 612 car, Parker Stewart was in lane number 3. Parker came in with a differential of .015. And our current leader is Dakota Thomas. Dakota was in the 603 car. Dakota competed in lane number 2.
And we're off and running 909C. One will go on, 2 will go back to the barn. This is heat 912B, 912B. Lane number 1, we have Audrey Rains. Rains, lane number 1. Lane number 2, we have Ellen Probst in lane number 2. And Miranda Terry in lane number 3, heat 912B in our Rally Superstock division.
Results from heat 909. Jillian Moore competed in lane 2. She had a differential of .399. Owen Schilling competed in lane 3, in the 626 car, differential .223. And advancing on is Carly Murphy. Carly will be competing in heat 917 in lane 1. Congratulations to Carly.
Loading up now, getting ready. Heat 912B. Lane number 1 is Audrey Rains. Lane number 2, Ellen Probst. Lane number 3 is Miranda Terry.
All right, man. I'll see you tomorrow morning. I'll be here. We're starting at, what time we start tomorrow? 7? 8? 5?
Well, we've been getting here at 7. Yeah. Bring that thermos of coffee, man.
Sounds good. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason Sokol, for your help today. He is the voice of the Saturday race. Again, looking like a win for lane number 1, Audrey Rains. Will she be able to make up the differential?
Results for the second phase of heat number 912. In lane 3, it was Miranda Terry with a differential of .156. Ella Probst was in lane number 2 in the 619 car with a differential of .056. And our current leader right now is Audrey Rains in the 628 car. She competed in lane number 1.
913 is our next race, 913B. At the starting blocks here. Lane number 1, we have Gerald Young. Young, lane number 1. Lane number 2, Chase Schlafke. Schlafke, lane number 2. And Cash Driggers in lane number 3. Heat 913B. Rally Superstock Division.
The second phase of heat number 913 are as follows. In lane number 1, it was Gerald Young with a differential of .04. Next, lane 3, Cash Diggers had a differential of .117, and our current leader from lane number 3 in the 621 car was Chase Schlafke.
Heat 964, lane number 1 is Justin. Lane number 1, lane number 2, it's Bella Siddell, lane number 2, and Samantha Wooten, lane number 3. This is the first of the second phase for these 3 drivers. Heat 964A, Rally Stock Division. Sakaguk, lane number 1, Siddle, lane number 2, and Wooten, lane number 3. Rally Stock Challenge action today at Derby Downs. Round number 2.
For the next round starts.
965, round 2 for these 2 drivers. Lane number 1, we have Eden Poff, and lane number 1. And Alyssa Case in lane number 3. 965, rally stock action.
Results from heat number 964. In lane number 1, it was Justin Sagagak. Justin had a differential of .028, and Bella Siddle was in lane number 2 in the 739 car with a differential of .079. And our current leader is Samantha Wooten in the 726 car.
Where's my favorite, the pace car?
The results of the first phase of heat number 965. Eden Poff had a differential of .122. Eden competed in the 714 car in lane number 3. Alyssa Chase is our current leader in the 723 car.
Rally super action. The third and final meeting. Drivers west, lane number 1, lane number 3, Jordan, and lane number 3, Brooke Nichols. Levi West is currently leading. And again, the differential is not that much, .031 and .211. (910C) rally stock action. Too close to call.
Once they already go through the time traps down here, and say they get a little squirrely afterwards, and they assess the minimum afterwards.
Next in the starting, we have heat 911C. 911C, lane number 1, we have Parker Stewart. Stewart, lane number 1. Lane number 2, Xander Snelson. Snelson, lane number 2, and also Dakota Thomas. Thomas, lane number 3.
Final results for heat number 910. In lane number 2, it was Kylie Jordan with a differential of .207. From lane number 3 in the 611 car, it was Brooke Nichols with a differential of .013. And moving on is Levi West. Levi will compete in heat number 118 in the number 1 lane.
Heat 911C coming down the track. Can Dakota Thomas hold on to his lead here?
Final results of heat number 911. Xander Nelson, who competed in lane number 2, had a differential of .33. Parker Stewart, who was in the number 1 lane in the 612 car, had a differential of .074. And moving on to the next round is Dakota Thompson. Dakota was operating the 603 car and was in lane number 3. Dakota will compete in heat number 918 in the 3rd lane.
Heat 912 is in our starting blocks. Lane number 1 is Miranda Terry. Terry, lane number 1. Audrey Rains, lane number 2. And Ella Probst. Probst in lane number 3. Differentials are .056 and .156. Heat 912C, who will move on? I'll take one. Thank you.
Final results for heat number 912. Miranda Terry competed in the 605 car in lane number 1. Miranda had a differential of .089. Ella Probst was in lane number 3 with a differential of .018. However, moving on will be Audrey Rains. Yeah, that 628 car is hot. She'll be in heat number 919 and competing in lane number 3.
Heat 966 coming down the track. Lane number 1 is Rihanna Juarez. Juarez, lane number 1. And Zachary Gordon, lane number 3. A, we're going to have to, there was a timer issue and we'll have to rerun that. 966A. Lane 13, C, lane number 1, Cash Driggers. Lane number 2, we have Gerald Young, and lane number 3, Chase Schlafke. Schlafke, lane number 3. Schlafke is your current leader. Heat 913C. A number 1 win for Cash Triggers, but will that be enough to move on here?
967.
Car 621 moves on. 621.
Results from heat 913. We had Gerald Young in the 615 car. He competed in lane number 2 with a differential of .167. Cash Diggers was in lane number 1 in the 608 car with a differential of .067. And moving on is Chase Schlafke. That 621 car is serving him well so far. Now, Chase is going to be competing in heat number 919, and he'll be in the number 1 lane.
And off and running 967, second round in our rally stock division. Lane 1 is Diego Juarez. Juarez, lane number 1, and lane number 3, it's Logan Webb. Webb, lane number 3. Oh, okay. Logan's in 1 and Diego's in 3. .968A. in our Rally Superstock second round. Lane number 1 is Paxton Brake in lane number 1. Lane number 3 is Lane Schlafke, lane number 3.
Results from heat 9-6-7, phase number 1. Diego Juarez, who competed in the number 1 lane, had a differential of .068, and our current leader is Logan Webb in the 712 car.
Let me know if either of you guys need a break. Brian Graham's not here, so I can announce for a minute. You cover too? Got it. Okay.
Coming up to our halfway point, 9-6-8, second round. Paxton Brake, lane number 3, Lane Schlafke. Nine, 6, 9. Second round for these two drivers. In our rally stock division, lane number 1, we have Gerald Hudson. Hudson, lane number 1, and Kaylee Pollock. Pollock in lane number 3.
Results from heat number 9-6-8, phase number 1, and lane number 1, it was Lane Schlafke. He had a differential of .055, and our current leader is Paxton Brake in the 715 car.
And we're off and running, 9-6-9. Second round, rally stock division. Lane number 1 is Gerald Hudson. Lane number 3 is Kaylee Pollock. Oh my. Nose to nose racing here. Do you want to take this over?
There we go. Boy, that was quick. Results from the first phase of heat 9-6-9. Kaylee Pollock, lane number 3, differential .012, and our current leader is Gerald Hudson. He competed in lane number 1 in the 728 car.
In the ramps now, we have heat 9-6-4. That's car 726, Samantha Wooden in line 1. Justin in lane 2, Bella in lane 3. After one phase, Samantha is our current leader. This will be their second time down the hill.
Here they come. Hey, you're welcome to look through those. Here they come. Cool.
Loading in the ramps now, we have the second phase of heat 965. That'll be Alyssa Case in lane 1, Eden Poff in lane 2.
Not yet. It's been running a little slow sometimes. There it is. Results from the second phase of heat number 964. We had Justin Sakagak at a very close differential of .002. Justin competed in lane number 2. Bella Siddle competing in lane number 3. And the 739 car had a differential of .032. And our current leader right now, Samantha Wooden, and the 726 car.
Loading in the ramps right now, we have Alyssa Case in lane 1, Eden Poff in lane 2. Lane 3, excuse me. Loading in the ramps now, we have car 731 in lane 1, Zachary Gordon and Rihanna Juarez in 719 car in lane 3.
Results from the second phase of heat number 965. Alyssa Case, who competed in the number 1 lane, had a differential of, well, she didn't. Alyssa Case is our current leader, and Alyssa will move on to heat number 970, and she'll compete in number 3 lane. Eden Poff had a differential of .043.
They're doing the final tuck-in for heat 966. That's car 731 in lane 1, 719 in lane 3. All right, we're checking on that car in lane 1. While they go through and get those results ready, looks like we're going to be loading Masters in the ramps now. That'll be heat 851. Madeline Shanklin in lane 1. Jacob Leonard in lane 2. Brianna Scalantino in lane 3. For those of you who hasn't seen this before, these are our Masters cars. They take a little bit longer to load. Those kids have to go through and get into the car, laying down all the way, tucked all the way in. All you see is a little half inch between the helmet and the hatch that they look through going straight down the hill. Again, heat 851 loading in the ramps now. So one of the rules we have here during the challenge race is we don't want you hitting the guardrails, crossing the lines, or heaven forbid, taking out the timers. So what they're doing right now is they're double checking the rules to get it right, and they're going to go through and add a little bit of time into lane 1 on that stock car heat. And that'll show on the results as a penalty, but it's still overcomable. They're going through and taking a minute. That's, I think, our first penalty, maybe second of the day, to go through and make sure they have it right on all the computer stuff and all the labels and everything before we release the masters.
The results have come through for the first phase of heat number 966. Zachary Gordon in lane number 3 had a differential of .219. And Rihanna Juarez in lane number 1, or lane number 3, I stand corrected, is our current champion in the 719 car. Yes, and there's a penalty showing up.
Again, coming down the ramps next, we have heat 851 in our Masters division. We're starting into the Masters racing. Lane 1, car 530 for Madeline Shanklin. Lane 2, 524, Jacob Leonard. Lane 3, 519, Brianna Scalantino. Looks like we have Ohio, Kentucky, and Florida in lanes 1, 2, 3. I see them locking down the hatches. We should have heat 851 coming down momentarily. Back into some stock car racing. I see car 734 in lane 1, car 715 in lane 3. In the ramps now, we have the second phase of heat 968. That's Lane in car 734 in lane 1. Lane 3 is Praxton, car 715. This is a two-car heat. Paxton has the first phase advantage of .055.
Has 851 been posted yet? I've done it both ways, this way and this way. Well, I'm just gonna have to come back because 852.
Thank you, Chris, for giving me a lunch break. Nine, 6, 8, we're looking for the results.
Do you have 968?
This next heat is 967.
967, okay.
Okay, you have 968?
967B. Lane number 1, we have Diego Juarez. Lane number 1. Lane number 3, we have Logan Webb in lane number 3. 967.
Okay, gotcha.
Second round action in rally stock.
Two was, yeah.
Just a reminder that tomorrow we'll be doing this all over again, but this time for the local challenge races in stock, super stock, masters, and then the all-star race stock, super stock, and masters at 2 p.m. Heat 967 on the track. Lane number 1, Juarez. Lane number 3 is Webb.
Quick update on some previous heats. Heat number 851, the first phase. We had Jacob Leonard, who was in lane number 2, had a differential of .029. Brianna Scalatino was in lane number 3. Her differential was .003. That shows you just how close this race was. Madeline Shanklin is our current leader in the 530 car.
Loading up now, heat 969B. Lane number 1, we have Kaylee Pollock, lane number 1, and Gerald Hudson in lane number 3. The second final meeting between these two drivers. And one will move on. Second round, rally stock division.
Quick update, heat number 968. We have Paxton Brake, who was competing in lane number 3 in the 715 car, had a differential of .079. And our current leader is Lane Schlofke. Now, Lane competed in the number 1 lane and will advance to heat 972 and will compete in number 1. All right. Heat number 969 just ran. We have Kaylee Pollock in lane number 1, had a differential of .272. And we have Gerald Hudson in the 728 car. Gerald will advance. And congratulations, Gerald. You'll be competing in heat number 972 in the number 3 lane. Quick update from heat 967 B in the second phase. We have Logan Webb, who will be advancing, and Diego Juarez was in lane number 1. Had a differential of .292. Congratulations to Logan.
All right.
Coffee and lemonade and everything. It's finally heading home. They got another snack in here somewhere? Yeah, I'll get that when I come back.
Coming down the track now, heat 852 in our Rally Masters division. Lane number 1 in car 502, it's Morgan Mojo Van Kuren. Lane number 2 is Xander Neihart, and lane number 3 is Liam Donovan. 852A, Rally Masters.
Update from heat 852. We had Xander Neihart with a differential of .185, Liam Donovan with a differential of .003, and Mojo Van Kuren will hold the lead with from lane number 1.
Heat 964 loading up now for round 3, 964C. Lane number 1 is Bella Siddle. Siddle from lane number 1. Lane number 2 is Samantha Wooten. Wooten, lane number 2. And also lane number 3 is Justin Sakayaguk. Sakayaguk in lane number 3. Anyone's race here. The differentials are .002 and .032. Rally Stock Division. Three, two, one. It looks like going underneath the bridge here. But again, it's on differential. Who will move on? Heat 853 in our Rally Masters division. Lane number 1, we have Ron Johnson. Johnson, lane number 1. Andrew Knapp is in lane number 2. And Cody Ojeda in lane number 3. Heat 853A in our Rally Masters division.
Update from heat 964. We had Betta Seidel with a differential of .184, Samantha Wooten with a differential of .050, and Justin Sakayaguk will advance to the next round.
West Coast, California, Washington.
This is all West Coast here. Rowan Johnson, lane number 1. Andrew Knapp, lane number 2. Cody Ojeda, lane number 3.
Update from Heat 853. We had in lane 2, we had Andrew Knapp with a differential of .173. In lane 1, we had Cody Ojeda with a 0.35. And in lane 1, we had Ronan Johnson will take the lead.
Heat 854 in our Rally Masters division. Lane number 1 from Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio. I know how to pronounce that. That's Zoe Kubik. Lane number 2, that's Eli Murphy. Lane number 2, Murphy. And lane number 3 is Elizabeth Johnson. Lane number 3, Rally Masters division. Heat 854. Wow, that's nose-to-nose racing there. Eight 851. B for these 3 drivers. Lane number 1 is Brianna Scalantino. Lane number 2 we have Madeline Shanklin, and lane number 3 it's Jacob Leonard. All in the Rally Masters division. Second round racing for these 3 drivers. Shanklin is currently leading, and again, get these differentials, .029 and .003.
Results from Heat 854. Lane 1, Zoe Kubik with a differential of .027. Lane 3, Elizabeth Johnson with a differential of .016. And in lane 2, we had Eli Murphy.
851 all locked and loaded here. And they're off. Coming down the track, again, lane number 1, we have Brianna Scalatino. Lane number 2, we have Madeline Shanklin. Lane number 3, Jacob Leonard.
Results from Heat 851. In lane 2, we had Madeline Shanklin with a differential of .172. In lane 3, we had Jacob Leonard with a differential of .152. And Brianna Scalatino will hold the lead.
We're still in Rally Masters this afternoon, 8:55. Lane number 1 from Akron, Ohio, we have Stephanie Hicks. Lane number 2 from Brookline, New Hampshire, it's Kaylee St. Marie. Lane number 3 from Augusta, Georgia, it's Emma Fox. And they're off. 8:55, first round for these 3 drivers. Rally Masters Division. It looks like a 3-1-2 finish here. For the first round.
Results from heat 8:55. In lane number 2, we had Kaylee St. Marie with a differential of .194. In lane number 1, we had Stephanie Hicks with a differential of .085. In lane number 3, Emma Fox will keep the lead for the next phase.
Second round for these cars in the Masters division. Rally Masters 852B. Lane number 1, it's Liam Donovan. Donovan, lane number 1. Lane number 2, it's Mojo. Morgan Van Kuren, lane number 2. And lane number 3, Xander Neihart. Neihart, lane number 3. Heat 852B in our Rally Masters division. A great website is soapboxderby.org. Soapboxderby.org. There you can get current results and all kinds of other information on the All-American Soapbox Derby. Rally Masters 856. Lane number 1, we have Landon Watson. Watson in car 533. And lane number 3 is Rochelle Tomasek. Tomasek in lane number 3. Well,
Results from heat 852. We had Morgan Mojo McCarran. He was in lane number 2, and the 502 car had a differential of .109. Xander Neert was in lane number 3, and he had a diff of .189. And our leader at this point is Liam Donovan in the 503 car.
oh, I forgot lane number 2. Let's hear it for the pace car. Lane number 2. I think these Master Division cars are going to beat the pace car very handily.
This is 856A.
856A, first of 3 rounds. Looking like a lane number 1 win for Landon Watson.
All right, the first phase of Heat 8-5-6, we had Landon Watson and Rachel Tomasek. Here's how it worked out. We had Rachel coming in with a differential of .024. She competed in lane number 1. And our current leader is Landon Watson in the 533 car.
Heat 8-5-7A. Jamison Geisler, lane number 1. Veronica Stagnero, lane number 2, car 509. And Matthew Wells, car 513 in lane number 3. Boy, do we have close racing today. We'll have those results in just a moment.
Results from the first phase of Heat number 8-5-7. We had Matthew Wells in lane number 3, had a differential of .056. Veronica Stagnero was in lane number 3 with a differential of .127. And Jamison Geisler in the 538 car is leading at this point.
We're still in Rally Masters. 853B. Lane number 1, we have Cody Ojeda. Lane number 2, Rowan Johnson. And lane number 3, Andrew Knapp. As Chris said earlier, it takes a little longer to get into these cars. The differential so far in this heat, .173 and .035. Looks like a lane number 1 win for Cody Ojeda. Will he be able to make up some of the difference here?
Results from the second phase of Heat 8-5-3 finds Ron Johnson, who competed in lane number 2 with a differential of .145. Andrew Knapp, who competed in lane number 3 in the 511 car, had a differential of .151, and our current leader is Cody Ojeda in that big 508 car of his.
Heat 854 in our Masters division. 854B, lane number 1, Elizabeth Johnson. Johnson in lane number 1. Lane number 2 is Zoe Kubek. Kubek in lane number 2. And Eli Murphy. Murphy, lane number 3. Heat 854 in our Masters division. Zoe has something interesting in her bio. She says she's interested in zoology or becoming the mayor of Cuyahoga Falls. Oh, it's nose-to-nose racing. That is too close to call from the bridge. (851) Phase 3. 851C for these 3 drivers. Lane number 1, we have Jacob Leonard. Leonard in lane number 1. Lane number 2, Brianna Scalatino. Scalatino, lane number 2. And Madeline Shanklin. Shanklin in lane number 3. Heat 851C.
The results for the second phase of Heat 854 are as follows. We had Elizabeth Johnson, who competed in lane number 1 with a differential of .041. Then Zoe Kubik, who was in lane number 2, had a differential of .017. And right now our current leader is Eli Murphy with the 537 car. Eli was in lane number 1.
We have a lot more racing this coming week here at Derby Downs. Tomorrow we will have the local races, local challenge races in stock, super stock, and also Masters division. So join us tomorrow here at Derby Downs. (851B). You want to go get some water? It looks like a lane number 1 win for Jacob Leonard, but will it be enough to move on? He had to make up .152 differential.
All right, the results for Heat 851 are as follows. You had Madeline Shanklin. She was in lane number 3, and the 530 car had a differential of .204. Jacob Leonard was in lane number 1, in the 524 car, differential of .017. And advancing will be Brianna Scalatino. Now, Brianna was in the big 519 car, and Brianna's going to be competing in heat number 864 in lane 1.
And we continue here with our Rally Masters Challenge this afternoon. We have in lane number 1, Charles Nigan. Nigan in lane number 1, and Ryan Locker. Locker in lane number 3. Oh, and lane number 2 it is the pace car. And coming under the bridge, looking like a lane number 1 win for Ryan Locker. Now, why doesn't the pace car win, Derby officials? Always rooting for the underdog here. Heat 855B, Rally Masters Challenge today. Lane number 1, we have Emma Fox. Lane number 2, we have Stephanie Hicks. And lane number 3, that's Kaylee St. Marie. Heat 855B. Rally Masters Challenge today here at Derby Downs.
Did you publish 55 or 58?
Eight 855B. Lane number 1 is Emma Fox. Lane number 2, Stephanie Hicks. Lane number 3, Kaylee St. Marie. If you do go to our Soapbox Derby Facebook page, we are streaming live from YouTube. We are streaming today's race.
We have the results from the first phase of Heat 858. We have Ryan Locher in the 525 car, had a differential of .143. He competed in lane number 1. And over in lane number 2, it was Charles Nigon, and he is our current leader at this point.
And they're off. Heat 855B. St. Marie, lane number, excuse me, I'm sorry. Emma Fox, lane number 1. That's Stephanie Hicks, lane number 2. And Kaylee St. Marie, lane number 3. And it is really, really close as they cross the bridge.
Okay, results from Heat 855 in the second phase. We have Stephanie Hicks, who competed in lane number 2 with a differential of .068. Kaylee St. Marie competing in lane number 3, differential of .192. And our current leader is Emma Fox in the 504 car. She was in lane 2.
Heat 859 here at our Rally Masters Challenge here. Jenna Wolf is in lane number 1. Melanie Arellano, is that correct? In lane number 2. And lane number 3, we have Jacob West. West in lane number 3, Rally Masters Challenge. And lane number 4, we have a Vision Jet going up to the sky. .859, and we're off and running. Lane number 1, Wolf. Lane number 2 is Arellano, and lane number 3 is West. Heat 859A. Looks like a lane number 3 win for Jacob West. But these cars will have 2 more passes down the track here. Final run down the track for these 3. 1 will move on, 2 will go back to the barn today. Lane number 1, we have Xander Neihart. Neihart in lane number 1. Lane number 2 is Liam Donovan. Donovan in lane number 2. And Morgan Mojo Van Kuren lane number 3. Again, anyone's race here. The differentials are .109 and .189.
A quick rundown on heat number 859. Jenna Wolf was in lane number 2. She had a differential of 123.123. Melanie Arellano was competing in lane number 2 with a differential of .288. And our current leader is Jacob West in a 535 car.
Off and running for heat 852C. 852C. Lane number 3 win for Morgan Van Kuren. Will it be enough to move on, though? Heat 856.
Final results for
856B.
Final results for heat 852. Liam Donovan competed in lane number 2, had a differential of .04. Xander Neertz had competed in number 1 with a differential of .141. And advancing is Morgan Mojo Van Kuren. Yeah, he was in lane number 3. Now Mojo's going to advance to heat 864, and he'll be competing in lane number 2.
Lane number 1 for heat 856B. That's Rochelle Tomasek. Tomasek, lane number 1. Lane number 2, Landon Watson. Watson in car 533. Lane number 2 and lane number 3, you guessed it, the pace car.
And Rochelle Tomasek. Here they come.
It looks like a lane number 1 win for Rochelle Tomasek, but again, we will see. She only has a .024 differential to make up here.
All right, we have the information for you on the second phase of Heat 856. And Landon Watson in the 533 car competed in lane number 2 with a differential of .103. And Rochelle Tomasek is our current leader in the 534 car. She was in lane number 2.
Heat 857 in our Rally Masters Challenge race today here at Derby Downs. 857B, lane number 1, we have Matthew Wells. Lane number 2, Jamison Geisler. Lane number 2, and Veronica Stagnero is in lane number 3. A little chilly today up here on the bridge. I think people have put 2 or 3 layers of blankets on. Heat 857B on the track right now. Lane number 1, Wells. Lane number 2, Geisler. Lane number 3, Stagnaro. Round 3 for these drivers, 854C. Lane number 1, we have Eli Murphy. Lane number 2, Elizabeth Johnson. And lane number 3, Zoe Kubek.
Results from the second phase of Heat 857. It was Veronica Stagnaro. She was in lane number 2, had a differential of .139. Jamison Geisler competed in lane number 2 with a differential of .109. And Matt Wells in the big 513 car is our current leader.
854C, final round for these 3 drivers. Lane number 1 again, Eli Murphy. Lane number 2 is Elizabeth Johnson. Lane number 3, Zoe Kubek. Loading now is Heat 858, 858B. In lane number 1, we have Ryan Locker. Locker in lane number 1, and Charles Nigan. Nigan in lane number 2, and again, once again, my favorite, the pace car in lane number 3.
Final results of heat number 854. Competing in lane number 3 was Zoe Kubik, and Zoe had a differential of .085. Over in the number 2 lane is Elizabeth Johnson with a differential of .206. And advancing is Eli Murphy with the big 537 car. Now Eli will be competing in the heat 865, and Eli will be in lane number 3 in that competition.
Coming under the bridge, it looks like a lane number 1 win for Ryan Locker. He had a differential of .143 to make up. .855C for these 3 drivers. Lane number 1, we have Kaylee St. Marie in lane number 1. Lane number 2, we have Emma Fox in lane number 2. Lane number 3, we have Stephanie Hicks in lane number 3.
Results from the second phase of heat number 858. Competing in lane number 2, it was Charlie Nigon, and Charlie had a differential of .016. And our current leader right now is Ryan Locher in the 525 car. Ryan was in lane number 2.
A great website to get results is soapboxderby.org. Soapboxderby.org. 855 C on the track right now. Lane number 1 again, Kaylee St. Marie. Lane number 2 is Emma Fox. Lane number 3 is Stephanie Hicks. Three, 2, 1. It looks like it crossed the finish line here. Did Stephanie Hicks pick up the win here to move on? We will see in just a second.
Final information on heat number 855. We have lane number 2 with Emma Fox. She had a differential of .119. Kaylee St. Marie competed in lane number 1 with a differential of .466. And congratulations going out to Stephanie Hicks. Stephanie is going to advance, and she'll next compete in heat number 865 in the number 1 lane.
I think I heard someone scream out there. 859B is our next heat in our Rally Masters. In lane number 1, we have Jacob West. West in lane number 1. Lane number 2 is Jenna Wolf. Wolf in lane number 2. Lane number 3, we have Melanie Arellano. Arellano is in lane number 3. And again, it's anyone's race here. Our differentials are .123 and .288. 859B. Loading right now at the starting line, heat 853, 853. Letter C, again coming down here. Lane number 1 will be Andrew Knapp. Knapp in car 511, lane number 1. Lane number 2 is Cody Ojeda. Ojeda in lane number 2, car 508. Lane number 3, it's Rowan Johnson. Johnson, car 507, lane number 3.
The results of the second phase of Heat 859 found Jenna Wolf in lane number 2 with a differential of .235. Next, Melanie Arellano. She competed in lane number 3. Her differential was .189. And our current leader is Jacob West in this 535 car.
I think this is going to be a close one here. Not by much. It was a lane number 3 win by Rowan Johnson.
Okay, let's see here. Not quite ready yet.
860 is our heat number for these 3 drivers. Lane number 1 is Amy Getz from North Canton, Ohio. Getz. Lane number 1, Olivia Shirley. Lane number 2, and Darian Allen. Allen, lane number 3. Rally Masters Challenge this afternoon here at Derby Downs.
Final results from Heat 853. Cody Ohea was in lane number 2 with a differential of .077. Lane number 1, it was Andrew Knapp in the 511 car, the differential of .067. And advancing will be Ronan Johnson. Congratulations, Ronan.
.860 A is our heat number. We will have racing again tomorrow here at Derby Downs. We will have the AAA Local Challenge in stock, super stock, and also Masters. And our all-star race featuring stock, super stock, and masters will be at 2 p.m. That's Thursday here at Derby Downs. On Friday, we'll have alignment, wheel selection, and weigh-in. This is for all champs on top side. 8 a.m. is local masters. 9 a.m. is rally masters. 10 a.m. is local super stock. 11 a.m. is rally super stock. 12 noon is local stock. And then 1 p.m. is rally stock. That's for alignment, wheel selection, and weigh-ins. This is for all champs at top side. On Saturday, we have the big race here, the 83rd running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Between 7 and 7:30 a.m. we'll have champ and car handler check-in. Topside at 8 a.m. we'll have opening ceremonies. 8:30 will be the first heat of the 83rd annual FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. And then hopefully around 5 o'clock. We'll see how the race goes, but hopefully around 5 o'clock we'll have award ceremonies again at the bottom of the hill here by the finish line.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It can't happen. 2 or 3 of the people racing the Rally Masters are also legacy. So they really can't start the. They're not happy about it, but they can't start the legacy until these kids are on the Rally Masters. Yeah.
And I think we're all in the cars here. Rally Masters Challenge, Heat 860A. Lane number 1 again, Amy Getz. Getz, lane number 1. Lane number 2, Olivia Shirley. Shirley 2. And Darian Allen. Allen, lane number 3. And they're off and running. Heat 860A. Again, lane number 1 is Amy Getz. Lane number 2, Olivia Shirley. Lane number 3, Darian Allen.
The results for the first phase of heat number 860 shape up like this. Very close race indeed, very close. Amy Getz and the 515 car competed in lane number 2 with a differential of only .05. Now, Olivia Shirley was in lane number 3 in the 531 car Her differential was .01. So indeed, this was a very close race. However, Darian Allen leads this at this point in the 517 car.
856 C for these drivers. In lane number 1, again, the fan favorite, the pace car. Lane number 2 is Rochelle Tomasek. And in lane number 3, we have Landon Watson. Rochelle is currently leading. The differential between the two cars is .103. Wow. .856C in our Rally Masters Challenge. Well, the fan favorite, the pace car, is third, but it's going to be pretty nose to nose here. Looking like a lane number 3 win, but again, did Landon Watson pick up that differential? Loading up now, we have heat 857C. 857C, lane number 1, we have Veronica Stagnero in lane number 1. Lane number 2 is Matthew Wells. Wells in lane number 2. Lane number 3, we have Jamison Geisler in lane number 3. Again, we have some extremely close racing. The differentials are .109 and .139.
The results from heat 856 were close indeed. Landon Watson in lane number 3 had a differential of .096, and Rochelle Tomasek in the 534 car advances to the next round, so congratulations, Rochelle.
Heat 857 coming down the track. Who will move on in our Rally Masters Challenge? Heat 861A, Connor Magnuson. Magnuson is in car 536, lane number 1. Lane number 2 is Jillian Smith. Smith in car 520, lane number 2. And Paige Tiffany. Tiffany in lane number 3.
The results from Heat 8-5-7. In lane number 2 was Matt Wells. Matt had a differential of .003, very, very close. And Veronica Stagnaro, she was in lane number 1, still very, very close, .013. However, Jamison Geisler will be advancing. Congratulations, Jamison.
Coming down our track in our Rally Masters Challenge, Heat 861A. Lane number 1, Magnuson. Lane number 2 is Smith. Lane number 3 is Tiffany. Third and final round for these drivers, 858C. In lane number 1, we do have the fan favorite, the pace car. Lane number 2, Ryan Locker. Locker in car 525. In lane number 3, it's Charles Nigon. Nigon in lane number 3. Get this, the differential is .016. Some very close racing today here at Derby Downs.
The results from Heat 861A. Connor Magnuson on lane number 1 had a differential of .036. Jillian Smith, lane number 2 in the 520 car, had a differential of .183. And Paige Tiffany is out in front. She competed in the number 3 lane in her 506 car.
We would like to thank our title sponsor, FirstEnergy. FirstEnergy is a leading energy supplier and one of the largest providers of renewable energy in our region. FirstEnergy is headquartered right here in Akron, Ohio, and we are very thankful for their support for the 83rd annual running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Heat 858C. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to rerun that Heat 858C. We have to reset the timers for this one. So we will rerun that heat. And we are still in Rally Masters Challenge. Sydney Bayhan, and it's in car 522, lane number 1. Lane number 2 is Brooke Strand. Strand in lane number 2. And Brooke Roth. Roth is in lane number 3. 862A for these 3 drivers in our Rally Masters Challenge. I really hope you're enjoying your day here at Derby Downs. We hope to see you a lot this week through Saturday. Make sure that you take advantage of our wonderful local restaurants around here. The food is really good. Sydney Bayhan is in lane number 1, lane number 2, Brooke Strand, and lane number 3 is Brooke Roth. And we're off and racing. Heat 862A, in our Rally Masters Challenge.
The results from the first phase of Heat 862. We have Sydney Behan, and she was in lane number 1 with a differential of .07, very close. Brooke Strand in the 512 car competed in lane number 3 with a differential of .147, and out in front leading at this point now is Brooke Roth in the 501 car. Brooke competed in lane number 1.
859C in our Rally Masters Challenge. Final round for these 3 racers. In lane number 1, we have Melanie Arellano. Arellano is in lane number 1. Lane number 2, Jacob West. West, lane number 2, and Jenna Wolf. Wolf in lane number 3. Again, anyone's race here, differentials are very close, .235 and .189. Lane number 3 win for Jenna Wolf, but again, is it enough to go ahead and to move on here? No, Derby officials, we are not known as the Windy City. But sometimes it gets pretty windy up here.
Results from Heat 859. Competing in lane number 2 was Jacob West with a differential of .1 or .017. Melanie Arellano, lane number 1, differential .108. And advancing on will be Jenna Wolf in the 528 car. Congratulations, Jenna.
Heat 863 in our Rally Masters Challenge. Lane number 1 is Callie Elder. Elder in lane number 1. Stephanie Getz, lane number 2, car 516. And Jesse Gutierrez, lane number 3, car 527. Rally Masters Challenge. As the cars come underneath the bridge, it looks like Callie Elder picked up her first win today, or first win for this heat. But again, these cars will go down 2 more times to determine the winner on who will move on.
Results from the first phase of Heat 863 shapes up as follows. Jesse Gutierrez in lane number 3 had a differential of .086. Stephanie Getz, competing in lane number 2, had a differential of .154. And out in front leading is Callie Elder in the 500 car.
There's a pen on the track in lane 3. Right there by where they're pointing. They're pointing to it. We need to hold them.
Oh, we'll grab it. Corey. Here.
Yeah, they holding?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're holding right now. There's some debris on the track here. We're needing to clear it. All right, we've gotten the all clear from the officials. Heat 860. B, we have Darian Allen again, lane number 1. Lane number 2, Amy Getz. And lane number 3, we have Olivia Shirley. Shirley in lane number 3. Rally Masters Challenge here at Derby Downs. Again, very close racing coming under the bridge. Lou will let you know the numbers here in just a moment. We are back to 858. This is the rerun of the last heat, 858C. We have in lane number 1, we have our, again, fan favorite, the pace car, lane number 2, Ryan Locker in lane number 2, and Charles Nygun in lane number 3. The pace car has a lot of time to make up. 1.16. Lane number 3, Charles Nygun is our winner. Will that be enough to win? He has a .016 to make up.
This is 858C, right? Yes. We're going to run. Give it a second.
860B, we're having to rerun this. Okay. Hold on just 1 second.
So, yeah, they're gonna rerun.
We are still in Rally Masters. The second round for these three drivers, heat 861B. Lane number 1, we have Paige Tiffany. Tiffany in car 506, lane number 1. Lane number 2, Connor Magnuson. Magnuson in lane number 2. And Jillian Smith. Smith in lane number 3. Heat 861B, Rally Masters Challenge. Again, on behalf of all of us here at the Derby, we welcome you back to the greatest amateur racing event in the world, and that is the 83rd FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby.
Everybody doing okay? Wonderful.
Chris,
You get stickers, great.
are we gonna use the same format tomorrow?
Yes.
Could you make this bright yellow from here to here?
I can do that now for you.
Oh, okay. Let me see. I'm waiting for the, well, this is probably a good time to do that.
Did you publish 860?
860 is gonna be the rerun.
858.
Don't have 858 yet.
There it is. Something just went.
Thank you.
Something just went ding.
And they're off and running, heat 861.
If I can have a seat for a minute, I'll give you yellow.
Tiffany in
Take off my sunglasses. 'Cause that-
lane number 1, lane number 2, Magnuson, lane number 3, Smith.
After these guys go through, then I'll get caught up.
Too close to call for between 1 and 3.
Quick update on the final for Heat 858. Ryan Loker in the 525 car had a differential of .138. Ryan competed in the number 2 lane. In the number 3 lane, it was Charles Nigon. And Charles, he'll be advancing on to the next round.
Heat 862B were these three drivers. Lane number 1, Brooke Roth. Roth in car 501. Lane number 2, we have Sydney Behan. Behan in lane number 2, and Brooke Strand. Strand in lane number 3. 862B, Rally Masters Challenge.
Let me finish the yellow for him so you can see the whole thing.
Even a pale yellow would be fine.
Lou, the reason I don't do colors, I only do the 8 colors in the Crayola box, okay?
All right, whatever you come up with is fine.
We'll see.
The Derby would like to thank the University of Akron College of Engineering for their support. Make sure that you check out the College of Engineering halfway point on the track today.
Oh, perfect.
Yes, sorry.
And that way it catches my eye for the lane a lot better.
Sure, sure.
And they're off. 862B. Roth, lane number 1. Behan, lane number 2, and Strand, lane number 3.
So I did colors.
That guy's a clear winner here.
You've been doing a great job. So I'm fixing it for
Heat 863 here on our Rally Masters Challenge. 863B, we have in lane number 1, car 527 is Jesse Gutierrez. Gutierrez in lane number 1. Lane number 2, Callie Elder. Elder in lane number 2. And Stephanie Getz. Getz in car 516. It's lane number 3. Heat 863B.
The results from the second phase of Heat 862B is Sydney Behan. She was in lane number 2 and had a differential of .241. Brooke Strand competed in lane number 3 with a .103 differential. And Brooke Roth will be advancing. Congratulations to Brooke. She competed in lane number 2. We've yet to run the third phase on that 862, so we'll let you know.
By a nose, it looks like a lane number 1 win.
Results from Heat 861B. Connor Magnuson, lane 2, differential .187. Jillian Smith competed in lane number 3 with a differential of .171. And Paige Tiffany is our leader at this point in the 506 car.
Is that 517?
I don't have a result for, say, this one, and this one's already gone.
860B on our Rally Masters Challenge. In lane number 1, we have Darian Allen. Allen, lane number 1. Lane number 2, Amy Getz. Getz, lane number 2. And Olivia Shirley. Shirley in lane number 3. 860B, Rally Masters Challenge.
Yes, 863B just ran. We don't have results yet. He announced them. Oh, no, he did 861.
I might not have published it yet.
And then there's been 862
We got that one.
and 863.
Yep, we got 862. We're just waiting for the results from 63.
Did you guys publish the results from 863?
Not there yet.
Hope to see many of you for tomorrow's racing, our local challenge. AAA local challenge in stock, super stock, and masters. And also at 2 p.m., we have our all-star race. That's at 2 p.m. tomorrow on Thursday the 22nd here at Derby Downs.
The results for Heat 863B, the second phase of 863. Callie Elder in lane number 2 had a differential of .041. And Stephanie Getz over in lane number 3 had a differential of .134. And our leader at this point is Jesse Gutierrez in the 527 car. Jesse competed in lane number 1.
the Derby would like to thank Summit County and County Executive Eileen Shapiro for their support of the third running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Also thanking GPD Group is a team of over 500 people, from architects to designers to engineers to planners and everything in between. Located here in Akron, GPD Group offers a wide range of services and a full-service team to streamline your project. Thank you to GPD Group for your support of the 83rd running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Age 60B as they make the final adjustments on the cars. Rally Masters Challenge. And they're off. Lane number 1, Allen. Lane number 2, Getz. Lane number 3, Shirley. Age 60B. Oh, we have some close racing here. Three, two, one was the order. Not much of a differentiation to make up its .05 and .01. So we'll see. Again, it's anyone's race here in 860.
Yeah, Mike, it's a close one, just as you said it might be. Here's how it all shaked out. In heat number 860 in the second phase, Darian Allen was in lane number 1 and had a differential of .083. Amy Getz was in lane number 2 with a differential of .092. And in lane number 3, it was Olivia Shirley. She's our leader at the moment.
All right, we're going back to Rally Superstock. Lane number 1 is Addison Locker. Locker in lane number 1. Lane number 2, Selena Murty. Murty in lane number 2. And Joshua Ostrander. Ostrander in lane number 3. Heat 914A. Final round for these 3 drivers, X1C. Lane number 1 is Jillian Smith. Smith, lane number 1. Lane number 2, Paige Tiffany. Tiffany, lane number 2. And Connor Magnuson. Magnuson in car 536. It's lane number 3. The differentiation times are .187 and .171.
The results from heat 914A shaped up as follows. Addison Loker, who was in lane number 1, had a differential of .02. Selena Murty in lane number 2 in the 638 car had a differential of .166. And leading this heat right now is Joshua Ostrander in the 600 car. Josh was in lane number 3.
And they're off and racing. 861. C, is this correct? Rally Masters Challenge, who's moving on? We'll find out here from Lou in just a moment.
Here are the results from heat number 861. Connor Magnuson, who competed in lane number 3, had a differential of .033. Jillian Smith in the 520 car competed in lane number 1 with a differential of .101. And advancing on is Paige Tiffany. Congratulations, Paige. Paige competed in lane number 2 in that big 506 car.
Thank you, Lou. We're back to Rally Masters Challenge. A third and final heat for these 3 cars. Lane number 1, we have Brooke Strand. Strand in lane number 1. Lane number 2, we have Brooke Roth. Roth in lane number 2, and Sydney Behan. Behan in lane number 3. Close one between 1 and 3. Heat 863C. Final meeting for these 3 drivers today who will move on. Lane number 1, we have Stephanie Getz. Lane number 2, we have Jesse Gutierrez. And lane number 3, we have Callie Elder. Rally Masters Challenge today here at Derby Downs. For Heat 863, Gutierrez is currently in the lead, but get these differentials, .041 and .134.
Here are the results from Heat 862. Brooke Roth competed in lane number 2, and the 501 car had a differential of .074. Sydney Behan was on lane number 3 in the 522 car with a differential of .118. And congratulations to Brooke Strand. She is going to be moving on. She competed in lane number 1 in the 512 car.
.863 coming down the track. Here they come. Not by very much. It was the number 3 car in lane number 3. Callie Elder. Again, we'll see who moves on in our Rally Masters Challenge.
That was an exciting race, and here are the results. Competing in lane number 2 was Jesse Gutierrez. He clocked in with a differential of .079. Stephanie Getz competing in lane number 1, a differential of .11. And advancing on is Callie Elder in the 500 car. Congratulations, Callie.
All right, we're at heat 915A in our Rally Superstock. Lane number 1, car 635, it's Meadow Wells. Lane number 3, it's Aiden Driggers, car 607.
We're in super stock right now. Rally super stock.
I think we're about ready. As the drivers climbing their cars. Heat 915. Meadow Wells is in lane number 1, car 635. Lane number 3 is Aiden Driggers, 607.
I believe I've met him before. Yeah. Was the announcer up here on Saturday for many, many years? Yes. I have met him. I was out in the studio once, and I met him there and the engineer out there. Out there looking.
And we're off and racing, 915A. Wells, lane number 1, Driggers, lane number 3.
Stop by on a, Wednesday or Thursday. It's just the 3 of us. Yeah. Oh, here they come. There they come. Boy, that is pretty close. 2 orange cars.
That was just too close to call.
This really helps, Chris. This yellow you put in there, I mean, it really does.
All you had to do was ask 3 times. I'm glad.
Oh, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here in Rally Superstock. Heat 916. Lane number 1, we have McKenna Shanklin. Shanklin, lane number 1. And in lane number 3, we have Sarah Kosar. Kosar in lane number 3. Rally Superstock.
Heat number
Challenge today.
Heat number 915A, here are the results. This was an extremely close race. Meadow Wells competed in lane number 1 with a differential of .01. Aiden Driggers in the 607 car competed in lane 3, and she's our current leader right now. Very close match indeed.
Rally Superstock Challenge. 916A. Lane number 1, McKenna Shanklin. Lane number 3, Sarah Kosar. Last heat for these 3 drivers, 860C. In lane number 1, we have Olivia Shirley. Lane number 2, we have Darian Allen. And lane number 3, Amy Getz. Rally Masters Challenge.
Results from heat number 916A. Sarah Colasar in lane number 3 with a differential of .085. And leading at this point is McKenna Shanklin in this heat in the 631 car. She was in lane number 1.
As the drivers squeeze into their cars here, again, we'd like to thank you for coming back here to Akron, Ohio for the 83rd running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Once again tomorrow we will have racing, AAA Local Challenge in Stock, Super Stock, and also Masters in the Ulster race at 2 p.m. with the Stock, Super Stock, and Masters champions. That's at tomorrow on July 22nd. Olivia Shirley, lane number 1. Lane number 2 is Darian Allen. Lane number 3, Amy Getz. And they are off and running. Not by much. Lane number 3. We'll see if Amy Getz was able to pick up the differential of .092. .914 is Rally Superstock. Second round for these drivers, 914B. In lane number 1, we have Joshua Ostrander. Ostrander in lane number 1. Lane number 2, we have Addison Locker. Locker in lane number 2. And in lane number 3, it's Selena Murty. Murty in lane number 3. Rally Superstock Challenge.
The final results from Heat 860 are as follows. Darian Allen in lane number 2 had a differential of .091. Over in lane number 3, we had Amy Getz in the 515 car. She had a differential of .011. And Olivia Shirley in the 531 car advances. Congratulations.
.914B, Rally Superstock Challenge. Drivers are in their cars, taking their driving position here at the starting line.
The other guys had differentials. Olivia did not. And she's going to be in the Heat 868 next round.
Handlers step away from the cars. The gates go down and we're racing. 914B. Ostrander, lane number 1, lane number 2, Locker, lane number 3 is Murty. Not by very much there. Lane number 1 win. Joshua Ostrander. Lou Roberts will have the times here in just a second.
Results from 914B. We have Addison Loker who competed in lane number 2 with a differential of .297. Selena Murdy, who competed in lane number 3 with a differential of .225. And once again, the big 600 car comes through. So Joshua Ostrander is actually out in front at this point.
Heat 9:17, as we're getting down to the final drivers here in our Rally Superstock Challenge here today. 9, Carly Murphy, it's in car number 637, lane number 1. Lane number 2, we have Riley Gresko in lane number 3.
Then all these young kids, man, they text over what these guys.
I mean, that seems like a logistical gap. Young
Yes, it is.
I'm like, wait a minute.
That was you. To go through so they
Coming down the track here, Heat 9:17. Lane number 1, Carly Murphy. Lane number 3 is Riley Gresko. Very, very close racing. Not by very much here. Carly Murphy won that one. We'll get you some times here in just a moment.
All right, here's the results of the first phase of Heat 917 or 917A. Riley Gresko in the 603 or the 601 car in lane 3 had a differential of .064. And Carly Murphy is at this point out in the lead, and Carly competed in lane number 1. It's still early.
Heat 918. 918A in our, no, it's, Heat 918A in lane number 1, we have Levi West in lane number 1. And lane number 3, car 603, it's Dakota Thomas in lane number 3. Rally Superstock Challenge here. Rally Superstock Challenge, Heat 918A. Gates go down and we have racing. Lane number 1, Levi West. Lane number 3 is Dakota Thomas. Not by very much. Lane number 3, Dakota Thomas. But again, we'll get you some times here in just a few moments.
Results from 918A. We have Levi West in lane number 1 in the 627 car with a differential of .084. But leading at this point, Dakota Thompson, who competed in lane number 3 in the 603 car.
We're at Heat 919A. Lane number 1, we have Chase Schlafke, lane number 1. Lane number 3, we have Audrey Rains in car 628 in lane number 3.
We will be rerunning the first phase of 973 Send those cars straight back up to the starting line.
Once again, Heat 973, the first phase, 973A will be reran. 973 will be reran. As we're waiting for cars to come down to the starting line, again, I would like to remind you that AAA of Akron and Ohio provides all of your automotive needs, including discounts, travel planning tools, roadside assistance, and much, much more. Thank you, AAA, for your sponsorship of the local challenge races. Thank you also to Accenture. Accenture is a consulting and professional services company that provides service in strategy, consulting, digital, and technology, and also operations. Thank you, Accenture, for helping us sponsor the 83rd FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Join us again tomorrow for racing. We have the AAA Local Challenge in stock, Super Stock, and also Masters, and also the All-Star Race at 2 o'clock with the Stock, Super Stock, and Masters division. That's tomorrow. That's on July 22nd here at Derby Downs. Friday is a very important day also. We also have alignment, wheel selection, and weigh-in for all champs at topside. 8 a.m. we have local masters. 9 a.m. we have rally masters. At 10 a.m. we have local super stock. 11 a.m. rally super stock. 12 p.m. local stock, and then 1 p.m. rally stock. That's for alignment, wheel selection, and weigh-in. That's for all champs this Friday. And Saturday is the big day here for the 83rd running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Between 7 and 7:30 a.m., that is the champ and car handler check-in. At 8 a.m., we have open ceremonies. 8:30 will be the first heat. And then roughly around 5 p.m., we'll have a award ceremony here at Derby Downs, here at the finish line.
Good, so we are going to be bouncing back and forth with Legacy. Not that you couldn't.
The Akron Summit Convention and Visitors Bureau, we welcome you to Akron, Ohio on behalf of the Visitors Bureau. Not only will you have a great time here, you will also get to showcase all of Akron and Summit County. We have some great places to eat around here. Please make sure that you visit one of our many fine restaurants here in Summit County. Also like to mention Tailor-Made Jewelry. They are the official jewelers and ring providers of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. A big, big, big thank you to Tailor-Made Jewelry for providing the championship rings for the 83rd running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Nine seven three A is a rerun of the championship round of the rally stock. Again, in lane number 1, we have Alyssa Case. Case in lane number 1. Logan Webb, lane number 2. And Gerald Hudson, lane number 3. 973A.
Results from Heat 973A in the stock class. Gerald Hudson in lane number 3 had a differential of .031. Logan Webb over in lane number 2 had a differential of .154. And leading the pack is Alyssa Case. She was in lane 1 with the 723 car.
We'd also like to thank another one of our sponsors, AUI, who helps small businesses and individuals in Ohio find the right insurance and benefit plans, manage plan enrollment, and reduce compliant risks.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're heading into our legacy race. Where's my brackets? I'll take a small bracket. No worries. Just one copy, please. All right, we're going to be racing heat number 3 in the legacy race. This will be car 801 versus car 808. This is a double elimination race. I show this is heat 3. That'll be car 801, Thomas Kilby in lane 1. And car 808, Marcus Wells in lane 3. While we're going through and getting everything queued up, let's talk a little bit about this legacy race. What we've been watching today is a single elimination race, 3 cars across. They'll change lanes, change wheels, go down, and the best combined time out of those 3 will advance. And the other 2 cars will be done racing for the day. This is the way we race it in a lot of the rallies and locals of a double elimination race. That means that once a car is knocked out of the winner's bracket, they will continue into the consolation bracket until at the end of the day, the winner of the consolation bracket will race the winner of the winner's bracket. Right now, of course, everybody starts in the winner's bracket, and we'll be starting with race number 3. That'll be Thomas Kilby in lane 1 in car 801, and Marcus Wells in lane 3. Excuse me in advance if I keep calling that lane 2, because I'm looking at my double elimination 2-lane brackets. In famous lane 3. These are our legacy cars. These are for our extremely experienced drivers. We give them a lot more flexibility with what they can do in the car. So you're going to see some very exotic looking cars coming down. A lot of them look like Masters cars, and they may have started that way a long time ago. Of course, they're still racing on the All-American Soapbox Derby wheels, All-American Soapbox Derby axles and braking system. Past that, they got a lot of luxury of what they're allowed to do inside of the car. So right now we're just training the bridge crew to put the legacy in the right spot in the computer system so that we can get you some computerized results for those later on today. But for right now, you're stuck with the famous Annie and I announcing this race. We're going to give Mike and Lou a couple-minute break, but they're going to be hopping back and forth with us, sharing mics, as we go back and forth between the legacy races and continuing on our challenge races.
You mean they're going to give us a break? So, Lou, what do you think? First day?
Well, it's been a heck of an experience. I've enjoyed every bit of it.
Well, they're going to have us up bright and early tomorrow morning to do this all over again. Are you ready?
I guess I'll have to be ready.
Well, I really appreciate you coming out for your first year out here at Derby Downs. Thank you.
Charles Nigan in lane 1. Lane 3, car 810, Hannah. Takes us a second to bounce back and forth between all the different spreadsheets as we hop back and forth between all these different heats. We'll give you the information as soon as we have those results. Coming down in the ramps now, we have 804, Charles in lane 1. 810, Hannah in lane 3 in our legacy division.
All right, your results for heat 973, second phase. In lane number 3, we had Logan Webb with a time or differential of .214. In lane 2, Alyssa Case with a differential of .199. And Gerald Hudson out of Clearfield, Pennsylvania is in the lead.
Thanks for those results, Annie. Right now we're loading up heat 2, car 804 in lane 1, car 810 in lane 3. For those of you wondering what happened to heat 1, this is a double elimination race. So heat 1 had Andrew Knapp in lane 1 and a bye in lane 3. In a double elimination race, instead of putting a pace car in, that means Andrew automatically advances. He'll move over to Heat 5, in which case we'll have car 803 and 806. They're on the track now. All right, those results for Heat 2 in the Legacy. That was lane 1, car 804 with a 29.310. Lane 3, car 810, 29.413. If my math's right, that's a differential of 0.113. 103, see? I got to read the computer screen a little better from here. All right, so we were just talking about what happens in the double elimination. So right now, I believe we have a bye coming down. This would be car 803. I think I recognize that car. That's Andrew Knapp out of San Diego, California. Lake Forest, California. Excuse me, Andrew. Out of Lake Forest, California, coming down for a bye run. Bye runs to go through and make sure his wheels are all warmed up and get all the cars in the right places to come back up. So we don't have any results for that one because that's a bye run. It's always embarrassing when you lose those. Coming up next, we also have another heat where we're not going to announce the winner because this is also 2 other bye runs. These are 2 kids coming down simply to go through and warm up their wheels, get everything in the right locations. What cars do we have coming down on these? Coming down in lane 1 for their bye run is car 811. That's Morgan out of Sanford, Florida. Coming down in lane 3, I believe that's 805. Lexi tells me I could call her Lexi or Lexus. So she's pretty nice to me. That's not like many of these kids out here. Had a wonderful time chatting with her earlier this week. Again, they're coming down for their bye run. That's something we do in double elimination. Make sure all the kids get an equal amount of time down the hill, get a chance to warm up their wheels. So again, these are 2 more bye runs coming down. These guys are just warming up their wheels, getting the lay of the land, making sure they're ready to get into competition. 2 very different looking cars. Okay, coming down the ramps now, we have Legacy Heat 4 first phase. This is the rerun of first phase. So that would still give us car 809 in lane 1. Waiting for these cars to come up for noses. And 802 in lane 3. 809 is being driven today by Matthew Wells. 802 by Chris Kovac. All right, loading in the ramps again. We have the rerun of Heat 4. We had a timer question, so we're making sure we're safe and redoing that. That was car 809, Matthew in lane 1. Car 802, Chris in lane 3. All right, I see him walking away from the cars. That means we should be ready, and they are on the ramps. The rerun of Heat 4. 809, Matthew in lane 1. 802, Chris in lane 3. That's a lane 1 win, 29.381. Lane 3, 29.914. So let's do a quick recap of the legacy. Loading in the ramps now. Actually, it looks like we're getting ready for our final phase of the stock. As they load the kids into the ramp, let's go through and recap where we're at the legacy right now. In heat number 1, Andrew Knapp won with his bye. It's always embarrassing when you lose those. In heat number 2, right now Charles is ahead with a differential of .103 over Hannah. In heat number 3, Marcus is ahead with a .109 differential over Thomas. And in heat number 4, Matthew is ahead with a .533 differential over Chris. By the way, when you hear me announce those .1, .0 something, we're talking about fractions of a second. I know these guys today were announcing we had a lot of heats that were .01, .003. .01 is 1/100th of a second. .003 is 3,000ths of a second. That's how close these are when you get to the World Championship. Now I see the kids loading in the ramps. This will be our final phase of our stock car race. I believe that's going to be Logan in lane 1 in car 712, Gerald in lane 2, lane 3. Right now, Gerald has the overall differential, and they're on the track. Let's cheer it on. This will be our 1, 2, 3 finish coming up for our stock car. One division complete today. This is why we have a timer system. This will be another close race. While we get those results, loading up next, we have the second phase of heat number 3. That'll be 808 in lane 1, 801 in lane 3. I'm looking over Allison's shoulder as soon as we see the official Annie's shoulder. Those of you who know me well know why I always get names wrong. As soon as she sees those results up, we'll turn the mic over to her.
All right, the final results for the Rally Challenge Stock Final. We have in lane number 3 with a time of 29.854, Alyssa Case, taking home 3rd place. In lane 1 with a time of 29.70, we have 2nd place going to Logan Webb. And in 1st place, we have Gerald Hudson out of Clearfield, Pennsylvania, with a time of
So our 1, 2, 3 for the stock car race is Gerald Hudson, car 728 in 1st place. Logan Webb with a .04 differential, 4/100ths of a second over 3 different heats in 2nd place. And Alyssa Case in 3rd with a .179. All right, we're getting ready for heat number 3. This will be a 2nd phase of the double elimination. That'll be our 808 in lane 1, 801 in lane 3. Right now we're going through and taking this opportunity for this long day to go through and make sure we got fresh batteries in those timer systems. Thanks, hey, and by the way, thanks very much to all of the Hubbles, Dave Hubble, Linda Hubble, Nick Hubble, to go through and get all this incredible new timer system we have working. Little more like we're used to in the rally races we run back home, the local races we run back home, But they've got this custom 3-lane system, feeds us the live results and allows us to get you the results very quickly. Coming up, that'll be a 808 Marcus in lane 1, Thomas in lane 3. Let's give us a couple minutes to swap those batteries, and we'll continue racing.
We would like to thank Fallsway Equipment, a part of the Akron community since 1959. Fallsway is one of Ohio's leading equipment dealers for forklifts, truck equipment, and also municipal equipment. The Derby would like to thank Fallsway for their support of the United Way Corporate Derby Challenge. Also, thank you to Montrose Auto Group. They are the official return vehicle partners of the All-American Soapbox Derby. The Montrose Auto Group features 13 brands at 13 locations. Thank you, Montrose Auto Group, for your support of the 83rd running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Also on Saturday, our champs will be competing for $36,000 in the Bill Sprigg Scholarship Fund. I knew Bill, great guy. He was a dedicated race director, and he loved the Soapbox Derby and also the kids.
Hey, are we going to want to test these before we launch the next heat? Yes, we need to test them first.
Also, thank you to J.W. Dodato. They are the official electrical company of the Soapbox Derby. The electrical upgrades throughout the track are provided by our friends at J.W. Dodato. We will have another full day of racing tomorrow. On Thursday, the AAA Local Challenge stock will begin around 7 o'clock a.m. Also the AAA Local Challenge Super Stock at 9:30. AAA Local Challenge Masters will be at 11:30. And then we'll have an all-star race of stock, super stock, and masters at 2 p.m. Friday's a real important day for all of our champs. We'll have alignment wheel selection weigh-in of all champs at topside on Friday. 8 a.m. the local masters will arrive. 9 a.m. the rally masters. At 10 a.m. the local super stock. 11 a.m. rally super stock. 12 p.m. local stock and 1 p.m. rally stock. That's Friday, July 23rd.
One of the fun things when you walk by the finish line and I see you from the bridge, we recruit you. So we're going through and changing the timers and the timing system, changing the batteries in the timing system, make sure everything's nice and fresh. Just to be safe, we've recruited a couple people from the audience to go through and do our lane 1, 2, 3. So if any of you, I don't think you can bet on race cars racing, but I don't know if you can bet on people. I can look up top. In lane 1, we're going to have Barbara. Lane 2, we're going to have Cody. And in lane 3, we'll have Cheyenne. What region are you representing, Cheyenne? Where are you from? So we've got Region 2, and Region 7. Look at these three. They're even warming up and getting ready for this, stretching and everything.
Don't they know they have to start from all the way up there?
Oh, yeah, that's right. They remind us you need to go to the top of the hill to round to do it correctly. Nobody falling for that. All right. All right, we're going to give final instructions to our 3 guinea pigs there. So as you go through, put your hand down. Make sure you're braking the beam. Pretend you're a race car. Cody, stay back until we're ready, please. Move back to the end of the white line, please. End of the finish. There you go. Thank you. We got to make sure we get a good running start. So we are simulating a real race, so we're going to drop the paddle here from the top. That's why we move the cars off. We're going to wait a few seconds, because we know it takes more than 3 or 4 seconds for the cars to go down. All right, Dave, what do you say?
I'll let you know. Well, we haven't dropped yet. All right, gates down.
Gates down, so we're going to go on 3. 1, 2, 3. That looked really close. I couldn't tell from up here. Let's see what the timer says.
100 thousandths of an inch.
Within 100 thousandths of a second. That was pretty good. What lane? Lane 2 is the winner. All right, hey, let's hear a big hand for our volunteers. All right, thank you very much. We got everybody off the hill. That's our test to verify everybody's happy up here. Let's go ahead and load those legacy cars up. And I apologize for that, kids. I know it was no fun sitting up there in a hot car. Loading up next, I believe we have phase 2 of heat number 2. Sound right, gentlemen? Heat number 3, thank you very much. That sounds right. We've got Marcus in lane 1, Thomas in lane 2.
109 difference. Marcus is up.
Right now, Marcus is leading by a .109. Everybody's ready at the bridge and ready and run out. Now we're ready in the ramps. Thank you. This is double elimination, so the winner of this will continue on in the winner's bracket. The loser will move over to the consolation bracket, but still has a chance to take it all home. They're on the hill. Sorry about the delay. We're back to racing. 808, 801, second phase, heat 3. All right, the results for that. In lane 1, car 808 had a 29.502. Lane 3, car 801 had a 29.326. I'll give you the results as we get those out of the computer.
801 takes the overall by 067.
That shows car 801 takes the overall by .067. 801 will advance in the winner's bracket. 808 will move to the consolation bracket. Let's continue right on to our racing here. This would be the second phase of Heat 2. That's car 810, Hannah in lane 1. Car 804, Charles in lane 3. Charles has the advantage right now by a .103. So that's a lane 1, 29.281. Lane 3, 29.368. That means Charles takes the overall and will advance by .016. Loading in the ramps now, we have Heat 4, second phase. That's car 802, Chris in lane 1. Car 809, Matthew in lane 2. Looks like they stepped away from the cars. That means we should have heat 4, second phase coming down next. That's car 802, Chris in lane 1, car 809, Matthew in lane 3. And they're on the hill. This will be our second phase of heat number 4 in the Legacy division. That's car 802 in lane 1 with 29.872. Lane 3, car 809, 29.561. Our overall winner is Matthew Wells by .844. Looks like we have another bye run coming down the hill. That's the way they do it with the rules for the double elimination. Loading in the ramps now, we have another bye run. Again, this is to go through and make sure all the kids are in the right place, in the right spot in the heats, the right warmed up wheels. The tradition we do in the double elimination. As good as a bye run, we won't be announcing the results for this. Loading up next in the ramps, looks like we're back into our Rally Masters. All right, loading up next, we're back into our Rally Masters division. In lane 1, that's car 507, Ronan Johnson. Lane 3, car 537, Eli Murphy. This would be heat 870. Timers are reset. We are ready for those Masters cars. Ronan Johnson out of Washington. Eli Murphy out of Indiana. Region 2 versus Region 5. That first heat, 870, that's lane 1, 29.365. Lane 3, 29.341. Loading in the ramps now, we have heat 871. Jenna Wolf in lane 1. Jamison Geisler in lane 3. Heat 871, 528 versus 538. .871, that's lane 1, 29.307. Lane 3, 29.391. After all that legacy racing, we're making sure we have those back in the right spots in the computer. Loading in the ramps now, we have 872. We're going to hold those for just a second until we make sure all the other results are posted. 872, that'll be car 531, Olivia in lane 1, and car 512, Brooke in lane 3. I believe these are our top 6 Masters drivers racing right now. All right, things are looking better. Everything's caught up here on the bridge, it looks like, I hear. Now we're going to get ready to load back up 872. That'll be car 531, Olivia in lane 1. Car 512, Brooke in lane 3. Quick reminder for everybody, this is heat 872 coming down the hill now. 531, Olivia in lane 1. Car number 512, Brooke in lane 3 for their first phase. This is backed into our Masters Rally. We have 6 kids left racing. 3 of those will move on to be our top 3.
Okay, we got
Loading in the
results
ramps
there.
now.
for
We
heat
have heat
872.
920.
Olivia Shirley in lane 1 came in with a differential of .071, and it looks like Brooke Strand took the A portion of this heat 872. So we'll look for her a little bit in the next phase.
Loading in the ramps now. Looks like we have first phase of heat 923. Just Josh in lane 1, Carly in lane 2, and Dakota in lane 3. First phase of our Super Stock Challenge. This is our top 3. That's 923. This would be our 1, 2, 3 top 3 finishers coming down. First phase. Here they come. This is our top 3 finishers in the Super Stock division. Lane 1, we've got Brooke Roth. That's Josh Ostrander, lane 1, Carly Murphy, lane 2, Dakota Thomas, lane 3. I've been up on the bridge long enough, I know not to call that one by sight.
Okay, here we go. I know you've been waiting for this. Here are the results from Heat 923A. Joshua in lane 1 had a differential of .014. Over in lane number 2, Carly Murphy, differential .054. And leading the pack at this point is Dakota Thomas. He raced in lane 3. So we'll see what happens next.
Thanks, Lou. Right now we've got Heat 871 coming up, second phase. 2-car heats, this will be the final phase. In lane 1, we've got Jameson. In lane 3, we've got Jenna. Right now, Jenna has the advantage. This will be our Rally Masters. One of these two drivers will be moving on to the top 3.
Results are in from the second phase of Heat 871. We have Jameson Geisler in lane number 1 with a differential of .102. And Jenna Wolf out front, of course, racing in lane 3. And that's phase 2 of Heat 871. She does advance to the finals. And you can look for her at Heat 873 as the finals unfold.
Loading in the ramps now, we have Heat 870. That'll be Eli Murphy in lane 1, Ronan Johnson in lane 3. They're on the track now for the second phase. Eli has a very narrow first phase advantage of .024, 74 thousandths of a second.
A very close race. This was phase 2 of Heat 870. Eli Murphy, lane number 1, had a differential of .043, about a half a second. Ronan Johnson out front in the 507 car and will advance to the final and Heat 873. Congratulations, Ronan, for advancing.
Loading in the ramps now, we have heat 872, second phase. That's Brooke Strand in lane 1, Olivia Shirley in lane 3. Brooke has the overall advantage by a very narrow 0.71, 71 thousandths of a second. Winner of this will advance to the top 3. Olivia from Cambridge, Massachusetts. Brooke coming over from New Milford, Connecticut. They're on the track now. The winner of this will advance to the top 3.
Finals for Heat 872. We have Brooke Strand. It came in with a differential of .056. And congratulations going out to Olivia Shirley as she advances as one of the final 3 in the Masters.
Loading in the ramps now, we've got heat 923, second phase. In lane 1, we've got car 603, Dakota Thomas. Lane 2, Joshua Ostrander. And lane 3, Carly Murphy. Look at that great race position, as you would expect at this point of the game. These are our top 3 finishers, right? Yes. Got this wonderful bridge crew helping out with me here today. This is our second phase coming down. Cheer them on. One of these kids. These are our 1, 2, 3 finish. Second phase.
Second phase, Heat 923. Let's take a look at what we have. We have a relatively close race. Josh Ostrander, he had a .07 differential. Carly Murphy over in the 632 car and lane 3, differential of .017. And Dakota Thomas is leading things right now with the 603 car as we advance to phase 3 of Heat 923.
Hey, thanks again to all the volunteers we have who help run the All-American Soapbox Derby. I know we've had a great bridge crew up today working on this new system, getting all the little kinks worked out. New timer system's working out great, getting us some good results. So right now they're going through and getting all the cars queued up. This is a 3-wheel lane swap for the rally challenges. So they go through this fun one where you enter one side of the pavilion with one color of wheels, do some kind of fun song and dance led by the rally commission, come out the other side with the right wheels in the right lanes.
At this time, I'd like to take an opportunity to thank some of our foundation partners, the Akron Community Foundation and Community Fund, the Bridgestone Foundation, the City of Akron, the City of Akron Neighborhood Partnership, the City of Cuyahoga Falls Community Development Block Grant, also FirstEnergy Foundation, the Huntington Charitable Grant Program, the Lerner Family Foundation, also the Ohio Pinkerton Foundation, and Summit County.
According to our eagle eyes up here with their binoculars and better eyesight than I have, this would be final phase of our super stock. Thanks again to all our regional directors. I see a lot of nice white shirts up there loading all these kids into the ramps for us. Thank you guys very much for all that you do. Thanks for covering some of my duties up there. They get me hang out on the bridge. Just don't tell Brian Graham they let me announce today. In lane 1, we've caught car 637, Carly Murphy. In lane 2, 603, Dakota Thomas. And in lane 3, 600, Joshua Ostrander. This will be our final heat. This will give us our running order of 1, 2, 3 for our super stock today. Josh, of course, from over in Illinois, Carly from Hilton, New York, and Dakota all the way over from Hurricane, West Virginia. That'd be a fun city to live in, Hurricane, West Virginia. They're on the ramps, on the track now. Let's cheer them down. This will be our super stock finishers. This will tell us our 1, 2, 3 finish for today.
And look how close they are together.
Our bridge team up here is looking at those results, double checking them to put them in the computer. Soon as they hit enter, we'll feed those over to Annie and Lou, who'll give you the results.
This was an exciting, close race, and an important one, too. This is the third phase of Heat 9-2-3 in a super stock final. Very close. Dakota Thomas had a differential of .092. Dakota was racing in lane 2. Over in lane 3, it was Joshua Ostrander. Now, Josh had a .02 of a differential, and that gives us Carly Murphy, who will advance. She won, and congratulations to Carly.
You guys will see all 3 of those kids up on the stage on Saturday, I believe, first, second, third.
All 3 of them get a trophy.
Right now they're sorting out the cars at the top of the hill, make sure they've got everybody lined up in the right spots as we get down into some of our final heats. We've got our final Masters still to come down, I believe, right? And then we're still, of course, racing into our legacy competitions. I see cars making their way over the top of the hill. That's a good sign. Looks like they've got everything sorted out at the top. Thanks again to all the volunteers we have who come out and help put on the Soapbox Derby. It is just incredible every year to see all these volunteers from all over the world magically converge on to Derby Downs and make everything happen. In this case, it's been a couple years since we last did it. A little rusty on a couple things.
You know, Chris, the All-American Soapbox Derby wouldn't be possible without some of our great sponsors, like FirstEnergy, our big main sponsor here. Also, the Akron Beacon Journal, Huntington Bank, Orbital Engineering, Sabre Industries, Cybert Keck, of course, and Thompson Electric, which helped out in setting everything up this year. And we also would like to recognize the University of Akron, my alma mater.
Looks like we have the Masters drivers changing the wheels right now. We'll slip them in to be able to finish up the Masters race. course, we're up here on the bridge taking bets on whether this will be the Masters coming up or Legacy next. Looks like they're both just about ready. All right, we're back to racing here. This would be Heat 873, our top three Masters. In lane 1, we've got car 507, Ronan Johnson. In lane 2, car 528, Jenna Wolf. And in lane 3, car 531, with that beautiful banana on the front of it we see up here, Olivia Shirley, loaded in the ramps. Just did our station check on the bridge crew. Everybody's ready up here. will wake up the run out. Thanks for all the guys helping out and run out today. You guys are great. Lifting cars all day, getting everything in the right place, doing a great job over there. We're driving the return vehicles up. Thank you so much for all that you do.
And the ladies. I think that's what they're fussing about down
Guys and ladies. I use guys gender neutral. Folks. It's like they corrected me in Ohio. It's not fireflies, it's lightning bugs. And they're on the track now. 873. These are our top 3 finishers. They will be 1, 2, 3 place in our Masters division.
Okay, information is in on Heat 873, the first phase of the Masters Finals, and it comes out as follows. Over there in lane number 3, it was Jenna Wolf with a differential of .155. Next, Olivia was in lane 1, Olivia Shirley, differential .067. And right now, Ronan Johnson is leading in the final heat for the Masters. That's Heat 873.
Looks like those Masters drivers are changing their wheels for the world famous Rally Challenge 3-lane, 3-wheel wheel swap. Once they're done with that, they'll be bringing the cars and the kids right back into the ramps. Looks like we're waiting to finish our Masters series. Just to recap, right now, it looks like Ronan has a slight advantage over the other two, but they all come down 3 times, once in each lane, and in the same set of wheels, stay in the same lanes. Make it as fair as possible. Our Rally Commission has taken a lot of effort over the years to try and make this as fair as possible for the race. All right, thanks again to our regionals doing a great job loading these guys in the ramps. Looks like Olivia Shirley in lane 1, Ronan Johnson in lane 2, Jenna Wolf in lane 3. This will be the second phase of our top 3 finishers for the Rally Masters. Bridge is ready, runouts wide awake and ready. Track is yours.
Okay, here are the numbers for the second phase of the Masters Championship, Heat 873B. Let's take a look at what we've got. Pretty close race. Ronan Johnson over in lane number 2 had a differential of .063. However, over in lane 3, Jenna Wolf had a differential of .099. But leading at this point is Olivia Shirley, and she's in car 531 and was competing in lane number 1.
So, of course, those Masters cars are going up there, changing their wheels for the final time today. Looks like they're doing the three-wheel lane swap dance right. Then they'll go through, wheel them back over into the final heat down. Right now we have Olivia Shirley in the lead. All these nice, very close numbers today, as you would expect for Phase 3 final heat for the Masters. Congratulations to all the champs here just for making it to Akron. Lou's reminding me is while you're over here in Akron, enjoy our famous parks, museums we have in town. Me personally, I just moved out here to Akron for the summer, so I'm looking forward to Lou taking me to some of these places in August.
Absolutely. We have a wonderful city here, and the Summit County Metro Parks are some of the best in the entire region. Also, we have a wonderful art museum downtown and lots of things to do.
I know I got a chance to take advantage of some of the concerts over in Lock 3, and I'm going over to the Maps Museum next week.
Locks 3 is a wonderful place. The Maps Museum down at the Akron-Canton Airport, it's worth every penny to go in there. You don't have to be a veteran to appreciate everything they have to offer down there. Also, you can try out a couple of our nice restaurants. You know, one of our suburbs here, Chris, is Barberton, and that's known as the chicken dinner capital of the world.
I was actually born over in Barberton many, many years ago.
Oh, okay. All right. Fine chicken dinners over there. You got to love it. Also, there's our northern suburb of Cuyahoga Falls, and they often have festivals right downtown Cuyahoga Falls. If you haven't been here in a couple of years, they've done a great job of cleaning up the downtown, and it's a great place to take a date or just to go with your family, because the events they have there are all family friendly.
All right, I see cars lining back up in the lanes. We're going to be back to racing. This will be our third and final phase of Heat 873, our championship round for the Rally Masters. This will, time down the hill, should determine our 1, 2, 3. All right, I see our wonderful regional directors in their beautiful white shirts loading these cars into the ramps. We've got Jenna Wolf in lane 1, Olivia Shirley lane 2, Ronan Johnson lane 3. This should be our final heat down the hill for our 1, 2, 3 finish. Time to wake up the legacy drivers who are patiently waiting behind them to go sneak in right behind. Let's cheer on our final heat of the Masters drivers as they come down the hill. They're going through and double checking those results, putting them in the computer. Soon as those transfer over to our screens, we'll give you those results. As promised, right behind them, we've got the legacies right behind them. That'll be Heat 5 coming up.
All right, here are the final results of the Masters Series. We have Olivia Shirley was in lane number 2 with a .045 differential. Jenna Wolf, so close, 4 one-thousandths of a second at a differential of .004, or 4 one-thousandths. And Ronan Johnson, congratulations as our Masters champion. Yeah.
Wow, 4 thousandths of a second. That's over 3 combined races. That's like 1,000th of a second each race overall. Incredible racing today, Masters.
Congratulations to you.
Speaking of incredible racing, we're moving back over into our legacy. This will be Heat 5. In lane 1, we've got 803, Andrew Knapp from Lake Forest, California. In lane 3, we've got car 806, Henry Paul from Carmel, Indiana. All right, our legacy drivers are on the hill for the second round. That's Andrew in 1, Henry in 3. That's lane 1 for Andrew, 29.301. Lane 3, 29.33. 0.082 differential. Loading in the ramps next, we have heat 6. That's going to be car 811 Morgan from Sanford, Florida in lane 1. And 804 Charles in lane 2, first phase. That's lane 1, 29.271. Lane 3, 29.359. That's a .088 differential. That would be heat 6. Loading next, we have heat 7. Heat 7 first phase, that's going to be Thomas in lane 1, Lexi in lane 3. Coming down the hill now, we have Thomas and Lexi, heat 7. That looks close from here. I knew that was close from here. That's a lane 1, 29.340. Lane 3, 29.349. That's easy math. That's a 9,000th second of a differential. I can do that math in my head. Loading in the ramps now, we have heat 8. That's Ronan in lane 1, Matthew in lane 3. First phase. They're on the track now. That's Ronan in lane 1, fresh off his win in the Rally Masters. And Matthew Wells in lane 3. Wells in lane 3. Quick announcement from the office. I'd like to remind all the spectators, volunteers, racers, families, George Washington Boulevard is back open. So please be very careful as you go back to your cars.
Car number 807, 29.34.
The results for Heat 8, that was Lane 1, 29.343. Lane 3, 29.265. That means Marcus has the advantage by .078. Right now we're loading Heat 5, second phase. As I run over to my other station here, that'll be car 806 in lane 1, Henry Paul, and 803, Andrew Knapp in lane 3. As we get into these second phases, you're going to hear a little delay in me announcing the results. I want to go through and make sure the timer staff has a couple seconds to enter everything where I'm not leaning over their shoulder and speaking in their ear. But this is Heat 5, second phase. Henry and Andrew. That was 29.345 for lane 1, 29.438 for lane 3. We have a result on that one. That means Henry Paul advances with a differential over Andrew of .011. Loading in the ramps now, we have Charles, car 804 in lane 1, and Morgan in lane 2, lane 3. That would be second phase of heat 6. Charles and Morgan. We're on the hill. That's 811 in lane 2. Charles in lane 3. Charles in lane 1. Morgan in lane 3. Second phase. So here's the results for heat 6. Charles advances with an overall of .115 over Morgan. Loading in the ramps, we now have heat 7 second phase. That would be car 805, Lexi in lane 1. Car 801, Thomas in the red car in lane 3. This will be second phase. Heat 7 second phase is on the track. On heat 7, car 801, Thomas Kirby advances by a .049 overall. 801 advances. But as you guys know, the double elimination, you're not out of it yet. That just means you're in the consolation bracket. Knowing Vicky and her spot crew up top, I'm going to bet money that's going to be heat 8, second phase, loading in the ramps now. That would be Matthew Wells in lane 1, Ronan Johnson in lane 3.
Sending out a big thank you to our major sponsor, FirstEnergy. We thank them for all that they do for us. Huntington Bank, the Akron Beacon Journal, Summit County, the City of Akron. Thanks, thanks to Mayor Horgan and all of our other sponsors.
Here's our results for heat 8. Advancing will be car 807, Ronan Johnson, by .096. Okay, I just wanted to double check. I see 3 cars in the ramps. Seeing as we have a double elimination ramps race with only 2 cars, this would be a fun buy run. All 3 cars are allowed to go down, warm up their wheels one last time, get into the right spots to come up for our brackets. While we wait for the official results, according to my brackets that I did by hand, we'll see if they match up. I've got car in the winner's bracket. We still have 806 Henry, 804 Charles, and 807 Ronan, and 801 Thomas. But everybody else is still in the consolation bracket. These guys have been racing in the rallies for long enough to know what that means. You can still come back and win it all. And even though this is a 2-car double elimination, these would be 3-car bye. We will not be announcing any results after this because they're simply coming down to warm up their wheels, get back into the right locations. Loading in the ramps now. We have Heat 15 in our winners bracket in the Legacy. That'll be 806 in lane 1, 804 in lane 3. .806 would be Henry in lane 1 and Charles in lane 3. That's a lane 2 by .060 overall. Loading in the ramps now, we have Heat 16. That's car 807 Ronan in lane 1. 801 Thomas in the red car in lane 3, first phase. Being a double elimination race with 2 cars, you'll hear me announcing mainly the differentials. That's how we do it in the rally races. Heat 16 is on the track. Ronan and Thomas. That's Ronan with a .140 differential over Thomas. Ronan is the current leader in Heat 16. Now over to our consolation bracket. This will be Heat 10 coming up. That'll be car 810 I see on the nose. Hannah in lane 1 and Lexi in lane 2. On the track right now is Heat 10. That's Hannah in lane 1, Lexi in lane 3. This is the first phase of the consolation bracket. That's a lane 1 win for car 810 Hannah with an overall .083. .083 Hannah. Knowing Vicky and her crew up there doing a great job over on the starting line, and the regionals loading them up. That would be car 808 in lane 1. That should be Marcus. And Morgan in lane 3. Juarez from Stanford, Florida, lane 3. For the race city, hometown Titusville, Florida. Heat 11 loading in the ramps. That's a close heat. That's car 808. Marcus taking the overall so far first phase by .013. 13 thousandths of a second on that one. Loading in the ramps now, we have Heat 12 consolation bracket first phase. That'd be Chris from Arlington, Massachusetts, and Andrew Knapp from Lake Forest, California. Looks like they're going through and tucking them in. This will be our consolation bracket. Number 12. Chris in lane 1, Andrew in lane 3. They're on the track now. Chris and Andrew, first phase. Of course, before they even hit the halfway mark, the regionals up there doing a great job. Already have the next heat load in the ramp. Great job, guys. Andrew has the first phase advantage on that heat by a .280. Car 803, Andrew, first phase advantage, .280. Now we're to our second phase, back over to the winner's bracket. That's going to be car 804, Charles in lane 1, Henry in lane 2, second phase. This is our winner's bracket. This is second phase. This is important. As you expect, this is going to be a close race. I show that Charles advances by an overall difference of .014. Car 804 advances by an overall of .014. Loading in the ramps now. We have the second phase of Heat 16. That's Thomas Kilby in lane 1, Ronan Johnson in lane 3. Speaking of thank yous, these whole challenge races are put on by the Rally Commission. The Rally Commission met many years ago and said, hey, we need to get more racing going on during the week. So they came up with these challenge races we have. And dedicate a lot of time and effort, recruited all the other volunteers, you say, to make sure we give the kids as much racing as possible during the week. Thanks again to all the members of the Rally Commission for all the hard work they do throughout the year, trying to figure out the wheel swaps, trying to get everything going for the rally races, and running the races here today and tomorrow. At second phase of Heat 16, on the track now, Ronan and Thomas. This is in our winner's bracket. Another close race. I show Ronan advances by an overall differential of .111. 807, Ronan advances. Loading in the ramps now. I see 811. That looks like second phase of heat 11. Morgan in lane 1. Marcus in lane 3. That was heat 11. I show Morgan has the overall advantage by .030. More close racing. 811 advances. In a double elimination 12-car race, 811 continues on in the cancellation bracket. And 808, Marcus Wells is done racing in the Legacy. Thank you for coming out and racing with us today. Looks like we're moving over to heat 10, second phase. That would be car 805, Lexi in lane 1, Hannah in lane 3. Taking a look at the results for heat 10. Shows Hannah advances by an overall of .042. 810 advances. That means that Lexi is an early finisher today. But still a champ. You've made it this far. Thank you so much for racing the Legacy race with us today. And still in our consolation bracket, we have second phase of Andrew and Chris. Second phase, Andrew Knapp, lane 1, Chris Kovac, lane 2. And they're on the track. In Heat 12, Andrew Knapp, car 803, advances by an overall of .999. 9899. Reading this over his shoulder from a distance up here. Overall advantage by .899. Andrew Knapp advances, and Chris is an earlier finisher today. All right, we're going to get those cars back up to the top of the hill and get everything set while we get our bracket set down here. But if Linda and I agree, we show over in the consolation bracket next. We should be running 809 and 810. That'd be Matthew Wells and Hannah Olson. And Heat 14 over in the consolation bracket. That'd be Andrew Knapp and Morgan. Then sitting up there waiting for a little bit would be Heat 20. Charles Niggin and Ronan Johnson waiting up there in our winner's bracket. Loading in the ramps now, we have heat 13 in our consolation bracket. According to my brackets, that should be Matthew Wells and Hannah Olson. And they're on. Oh, this will be heat 13, Matthew. Current leader in heat 13 is going to be Matthew Wells by a differential of .047. Car 809, Matthew Wells by .047. Loading in the ramps now in our consolation bracket, bracket 14. We've got 803, Andrew Knapp from Lake Forest, California in lane 1. 811, Morgan Juarez from Titusville, Florida in lane 3. Heat 14, that's Andrew Knapp with the overall, .086. First phase. We get all those cars up to the top of the hill. Change wheels, change lanes. At least change lanes. For the second phase, we can continue on our consolation bracket. With the 12-car heat, consolation bracket, we got a couple races to race there. We still have 8 cars still in the hunt. That's our second phase of Hannah and Marcus that just came down the hill. According to the results I see, that shows Matthew advances by an overall of .029. So that was heat 13, 809. So that means Matthew Wells advances, and Hannah is an early finisher in our second round. Loading up next, we have the second phase of Heat 14. That would be Morgan in 1, Knapp in lane 3. Another commission that we'd love to thank today would be the Racing Commission. These guys do a great work behind the scenes to make sure we continue all the racing all year long, and of course during Derby week. And of course, a special thank you to our run-out crew, working all day, now lifting the heavy cars with these legacies. Those round bottoms make it a little harder to hold sometimes. Let's see if we have the results here put through for Heat 14. I know that was going to be close. All right, we have the final results for that. That was a very close race. Car 811, Morgan advances by a .005. 5 thousandths of a second difference over the two races. Great racing, Andrew. Loading in the ramps now, we've got Heat 17 continuing on our consolation bracket. Let me double check Linda's chicken scratch, make sure it looks a lot better than my handwriting, as my wife would tell you. She has to read my bracket sometimes. That's car 809, Matthew in lane 1, 806, Henry in lane 3. This is continuing our consolation bracket. This will be first phase.